The letter arrived at dawn, sealed in black wax with the crescent moon pressed deep. Raven's fingers traced the familiar mark before breaking it open. 3 words in crimson ink: Blackmore, seduce, kill. She had done this dance before, 23 times to be exact, each assignment carved into her memory like scars, their targets, their weaknesses the moment life left their eyes. But this one felt different, heavier. The dossier was thin, too thin. A single parchment with a crude sketch of a man's face, sharp cheekbones, eyes like winter storms, a scar cutting through his left brow. Beneath it, scrawled notes: Varric, Monster Alpha, 3 villages, no survivors. Raven's stomach clenched. 3 villages, hundreds dead. She pressed her back against the stone wall of her chambers, letting the cold seep through her leathers. The Order had raised her for this, to be their blade, their poison, their perfect weapon wrapped in curves and lies. They had taught her to read a man's desires like scripture, to make herself irresistible, then strike when he was most vulnerable. But monsters were different. Monsters didn't think with their hearts or their loins, they thought with hunger. Her reflection stared back from the polished steel of her hidden blade. Dark hair like spilled ink, pale skin that had never known sunlight, green eyes that had learned to promise everything and deliver death. She looked fragile, breakable. It was her greatest strength. The journey to Blackmore would take 3 days through cursed woods where normal folk feared to tread. The stories spoke of wolves the size of horses, of trees that bled, of voices that called from empty graves. But stories were just stories. The real monsters wore human faces and ruled through fear. Raven strapped the blade to her thigh, feeling its familiar weight. She had been the Order's most successful huntress because she understood the fundamental truth. Every man, no matter how powerful, had something he wanted more than his life. Her job was to become that something. But as she mounted her black mare and turned toward the forest's edge, doubt crept up her spine like ice water. The sketch haunted her, those storm-gray eyes that seemed to see through the parchment, through her carefully constructed masks, straight into her soul. 3 villages, no survivors. What kind of monster left no one alive to tell the tale? The kind she would have to become to kill him. The forest swallowed her whole, and somewhere in its depths, a wolf began to howl. The trap had been waiting. Raven realized it the moment silver chains wrapped around her wrists, burning through her gloves like fire. She hit the forest floor hard, pine needles cutting her cheek as massive shapes emerged from the shadows. Not men, wolves, but walking upright, wearing the faces of nightmares. Her weapons were gone before she could blink. Blade, crossbow, even the tiny vial of wolfsbane tucked in her boot. They moved like liquid death, silent and efficient, stripping her of everything that made her dangerous. Everything except her lies. "Please," she whispered, letting her voice break just right. "I'm lost. I was traveling to Mill Haven when..." A growl cut her off. Low, rumbling, the sound of avalanches and graveyards. The wolves parted like a curtain and he stepped through. Varric. The sketch had been wrong. It had captured his face, but not his presence. The way he seemed to drink light from the air. How the very trees leaned away from him. He was larger than she'd expected. Broad shoulders straining against a black coat, hands that could snap her neck without effort. The scar through his brow was deeper than the drawing suggested. A jagged line that spoke of violence survived. But it was his eyes that stole her breath. Not winter storms, burning coals. Amber fire that saw too much. He didn't speak, just looked at her with those terrible eyes while she knelt in the dirt, silver burning her skin. The silence stretched until it became another kind of torture. "You smell of lies," he said finally. His voice was gravel and honey, rough enough to cut, but smooth enough to seduce. And something else. He moved closer, each step deliberate. Raven kept her head down, playing the terrified traveler, but every instinct screamed at her to run. This wasn't a man she could seduce. This was a force of nature wearing human skin. "Look at me." It wasn't a request. Raven raised her head, meeting those burning eyes, and felt something crack open in her chest. Recognition. Impossible since she'd never seen him before, but her body knew him somehow. Her pulse quickened for all the wrong reasons. "Beautiful," he murmured, tilting his head like a predator studying prey. "They sent me something beautiful this time." Her blood turned to ice. He knew. Somehow, he knew exactly what she was. "I don't know what you mean," she whispered. His smile was all teeth. "Of course you don't." He turned to his wolves. "Take her to the tower. The silk chains, not silver. We wouldn't want to damage something so precious." The wolves hauled her to her feet, and as they dragged her away, she heard him speaking to the shadows. "Send word to the order. Tell them their huntress has arrived safely. Tell them I'll take very good care of her." Raven's carefully constructed mask cracked. He wasn't just expecting her, he was welcoming her. Like a spider welcoming a fly. Like a devil welcoming his due. In the tower window, monsters don't always devour their prey. Sometimes they keep them. The silk chains were worse than silver. Silver burned, but silk whispered. It caressed her wrists like a lover's touch, strong as iron but soft as sin. Raven sat in the tower room, staring at bonds that felt more like an embrace, and tried not to think about why he'd chosen them. The chamber was not what she'd expected. No dungeon stones or rusted bars, just warm wood and furs, a fire crackling in the hearth, windows that showed the forest canopy stretching endlessly. It felt like a sanctuary, which made it more terrifying than any cell. He came at sunset. Varric entered without knocking, carrying a tray that smelled of roasted meat and herbs. He set it on the small table, then settled into the chair across from her. "Waiting. You must be hungry," he said when the silence grew thick. "I don't eat food from monsters." The words came out sharper than she intended. His laugh was dark velvet. "Monster, is that what they told you I was? Aren't you?" She met his burning gaze. 3 villages, Varric. Children among them. Something flickered in his eyes. Pain, maybe, or old fury. "Children." He leaned forward. "Tell me, Huntress, did they mention which villages? Did they give you names?" The question caught her off guard. She had names. Greystone, Millbrook, Ravenhill. She'd memorized them from the dossier, but something in his tone made her hesitate. "Does it matter?" "Dead is dead." "It matters." He stood, moving to the window. Moonlight caught the sharp planes of his face, making him look carved from shadow and desire. Greystone was a slaving post. They took wolf children, sold them to fighting pits. Millbrook poisoned the river that fed our territory. And Ravenhill, his voice dropped to a growl, Ravenhill burned our young alive. Raven's breath caught. "You're lying." "Am I?" He turned back to her, and she saw something terrible in his expression. "Truth. Your precious order didn't mention that, did they? Didn't tell you why those villages needed to burn. You slaughtered innocents. I executed murderers." He moved closer, close enough that she could smell him, pine and leather and something wild that made her pulse race. "But that's not why they sent you, is it? They don't care about justice. They care about fear, about keeping the world afraid of us." The silk chain suddenly felt heavier. "Why haven't you killed me?" "Who says I haven't?" His smile was knife-sharp. "Maybe this is just a slower kind of death." But his hand, when it reached out to touch her cheek, was gentle, impossibly gentle for a monster. Her skin burned where his fingers traced, and she had to fight not to lean into the touch. "You came here to destroy me," he whispered. "But tell me, little huntress, what happens when the prey becomes the predator?" She couldn't answer, couldn't breathe, because his touch was unraveling something inside her. Something she'd kept locked away since childhood. The part of her that wanted to belong somewhere, to someone. The part that whispered this felt right. He pulled away, leaving her cold. "Eat. Rest. Tomorrow I'll show you what monsters really look like." As the door closed behind him, Raven stared at the tray of food and realized she was starving. For the first time in years, genuinely hungry for something other than blood. In the firelight, she began to understand that the most dangerous lies were the ones that felt like truth. 3 days passed like fever dreams. Varric came each morning with food, each evening with silence. He never asked questions she couldn't answer, never pushed against the careful lies she'd built around herself like armor. He simply existed in her space, reading by the fire while she pretended to sleep, his presence both comfort and torment. On the 4th morning, he brought no tray. "Come," he said instead, producing a key that gleamed like starlight. "It's time you saw." The silk chains fell away with a whisper. Raven rubbed her wrists, feeling strangely naked without their weight. She'd grown used to them, she realized with horror. grown to find comfort in their constraint. "Where are you taking me?" "To see monsters." He led her from the tower, down winding stairs carved from living wood. The forest welcomed them with morning mist and birdsong, deceptively peaceful. But Raven could feel eyes watching from the shadows, wolves in human skin, waiting. The village appeared gradually, as if the trees themselves had stepped aside to reveal it. Not the barbaric camp she'd expected, but something that looked almost normal. Cottages with flower boxes, children playing in cleared spaces, gardens heavy with autumn harvest. Except the children had eyes like molten gold, and their laughter carried undertones of howls. "This is what you came to destroy," Varric said quietly. A woman approached them, her hair silver-streaked, her face kind despite the predator's grace in her movements. She bowed to Varric with genuine respect, not fear. "Alpha, the little one asks for you again." Varric's expression softened. "Elena's fever? Breaking at last, but she wants her wolf king." He glanced at Raven, something unreadable in those burning eyes. "Come, meet your first monster." The cottage was warm, filled with herbs and gentle light. In a small bed lay a girl no older than 7, her skin flushed with sickness, dark hair damp with sweat. When she saw Varric, her face lit up like sunrise. "You came," she whispered. "Always." He knelt beside her bed, and Raven watched in stunned silence as this creature of shadow and power became something else entirely. Gentle, protective. "How do you feel, little star?" "Better. The fever dreams were scary, but I knew you'd chase them away." Varric smoothed her hair with hands that could tear apart armies. "Sleep now. When you wake, we'll practice your shifting." The girl's eyes found Raven. "Is she pretty?" "She smells like secrets." "Very pretty. And yes, she has many secrets." His gaze met Raven's over the child's head. "But perhaps she'll share them in time." Outside the cottage, Raven's world tilted. She's sick because of the change. Because she's half human. Her mother was taken by slavers, rescued by one of my wolves. Love bloomed in the aftermath of horror. Varric's voice was matter of fact, but she heard the pain beneath. The transformation is harder for mixed blood. Sometimes they don't survive it. The order says half-breeds are abominations. The order says many things. He turned to face her fully. "What do you say, Raven?" The use of her name hit like a physical blow. She'd never told him, but of course he knew. He'd known everything from the moment she'd set foot in his territory. "I say." She looked back at the cottage where a sick child trusted a monster to chase away her nightmares. "I say nothing is what it seems." Something shifted in his expression. Approval, perhaps. Or hunger. "Good, that's a start." As they walked back through the village, Raven saw it all with new eyes. The scars some of the wolves bore, not from battle, but from chains. The way they protected their young with desperate fierceness. The way they looked at Varric not as subjects fearing a tyrant, but as lost souls who'd found their salvation. "You're not a monster," she said as they reached the tower again. "No?" His smile was sad and sharp. "Then what am I?" "A king protecting his people." "And what does that make you, huntress? Still planning to seduce and kill me?" The question hung between them like smoke. Raven realized she didn't know the answer anymore. In the space between truth and lies, something new was taking root, dangerous and beautiful as poisoned flowers. The moon hung full and silver when they came for her. Not with chains this time, but with flower crowns woven from nightshade and wolf's bane. The pack moved like living shadows, their eyes gleaming amber in the darkness, and Raven knew with bone-deep certainty that this night would change everything. "The claiming moon," said the silver-haired woman, Mara, she'd learned. "You must witness, you must participate. I'm not one of you. Tonight, you are whatever the Alpha wills you to be." They dressed her in white silk that clung like water, wound flowers through her dark hair until she looked like some pagan bride. The fabric whispered against her skin as they led her deeper into the forest than she'd ever been, to a clearing where ancient stones formed a perfect circle. The pack was already there. Dozens of them, some in human form, others caught between shapes, wolf eyes in human faces, claws instead of fingernails, teeth too sharp for mortal mouths. They swayed to music that had no instruments, humming melodies that seemed to rise from the earth itself. And in the center, Varric waited. He wore nothing but moonlight and shadow, his scars silver in the pale light. Power radiated from him like heat from a forge, and when his burning gaze found hers across the clearing, Raven's breath caught in her throat. "The moon calls," he said, his voice carrying despite the music. "Who answers?" "We answer," the pack replied in unison, their voices a chorus of howls barely contained by human throats. "Who claims the night?" "We claim the night." "Who drinks from the cup of wildness?" "We drink. We run. We are." A goblet appeared in his hands, carved from bone and filled with liquid that gleamed like liquid starlight. Moon wine, she realized. The sacred drink of the wolf touched, made from herbs that grew only in cursed ground, fermented under 13 full moons. He drank first, deep and long, then passed it to the pack. Each wolf took their share, and with each sip, their human masks slipped further away. She watched them change. Not the violent transformation of horror stories, but something beautiful and terrible, like flowers blooming in reverse. When the cup came to her, still warm from Varric's lips, Raven hesitated. "Drink," Mara whispered, "or remain forever outside." The moon wine burned going down, tasting of midnight and wild honey, and something else, something that sang in her veins like recognition. The world tilted, colors becoming sharper, sounds deeper. Her skin felt too tight, as if something inside was trying to get out. "Dance," Varric commanded, and she couldn't refuse. The pack moved around her in patterns old as time itself, and Raven found herself swept into their rhythm. Her body knew the steps, though she'd never learned them. Her voice joined their wordless songs, though she'd never heard the melodies before. The moon wine flowed through her like liquid fire, and she felt herself changing, becoming something other than what she'd been. When Varric's hands found her waist, spinning her into the center of the circle, she didn't pull away. Couldn't pull away. His touch was electricity and gravity, holding her in orbit around him while the pack sang their ancient songs. "Beautiful," he murmured against her ear, close enough that she could taste his breath. "You dance like you were born to this." "Maybe I was," she whispered back, shocked by her own honesty. His eyes flashed molten gold. "Careful, little huntress. The moon makes truth-tellers of us all." But she was already lost, spinning in his arms while the world dissolved around them. The moon wine had stripped away her careful masks, leaving only raw want and a hunger she didn't understand. When he pulled her closer, she went willingly, pressing against his warmth like a moth drawn to flame. The pack's songs reached a crescendo, voices rising to touch the stars, and Raven felt something crack open in her chest. Power, recognition, belonging. Under the full moon's silver gaze, she tasted wildness for the first time and found it sweeter than any poison she'd ever known. Raven woke with the taste of him still on her tongue. She lay in the tower bed, morning light filtering through gauze curtains, her body heavy with the memory of dreams, or what she'd thought were dreams. His hands on her skin, his voice whispering her name like a prayer, the weight of him pressing her into silk sheets while moonlight painted them both silver. But dreams didn't leave bite marks. She sat up slowly, touching the tender spot on her throat. 2 small punctures, barely healed, surrounded by a bruise that looked suspiciously like teeth marks. Her pulse fluttered under her fingertips, not from fear, but from the memory of how good it had felt when he'd marked her there. The moon wine. It had to be the moon wine. The sacred drink was known to cause visions, to blur the line between waking and sleeping, between desire and reality. She'd heard stories of humans who'd tasted it and lost days to phantom lovers, waking exhausted and aching for touches that had never come. But her skin still hummed where Dream Varric's hands had roamed. Her lips were swollen as if from dream kisses that had lasted hours, and between her thighs, awake at last. She spun toward the voice, clutching the sheet to her chest. Varric stood in the doorway, fully dressed in his usual black, looking perfectly composed, but something in his amber eyes, a satisfied heat, made her stomach clench with recognition. "How long have you been watching me sleep?" she demanded. "Long enough." He moved into the room with predatory grace, setting a breakfast tray on the table. "You talk in your sleep, you know. Very enlightening." Heat flooded her cheeks. "What did I say?" "Nothing I hadn't already heard." His smile was wicked. "Last night was quite vocal. Last night was a dream. Was it?" He tilted his head, studying her with those burning eyes. "Tell me, huntress." Do dreams usually leave such pleasant souvenirs? His gaze dropped to her throat, to the marks she was trying to hide. Her free hand flew up to cover them, but it was too late. He'd seen, and from the dark satisfaction in his expression, he remembered exactly how they'd gotten there. "You're lying," she whispered. "The moon wine causes hallucinations. Everyone knows that." "Does it?" He moved closer, each step deliberate. "Or does it simply strip away the barriers we use to lie to ourselves? The walls we build between want and action, between dreaming and doing?" "I would remember, would you?" Memory is such a fragile thing, especially when we don't want to remember the choices we made. He stopped beside the bed, close enough that she could smell him, pine and leather and something wild that made her body respond despite her confusion. "Tell me, what do you remember?" Fragments flashed through her mind, dancing under the moon, his hands in her hair, being carried somewhere soft and dark, the taste of his skin, salt and heat and something addictive, the sound of her own voice begging. "Nothing," she lied. "I remember nothing. Liar." But he said it gently, almost fondly. "Your body remembers, even if your mind won't let you. Look at yourself, Raven. Look at how you respond to me." She was leaning toward him without meaning to, drawn by invisible threads. Her pulse quickened when he moved, her skin warming under his gaze. Even now, wrapped in nothing but a sheet and confusion, she wanted him to touch her again. "The moon wine freed you to do what you already wanted to do." He reached out, fingertips barely grazing her cheek. "It doesn't create desire, little huntress. It only reveals it." The touch sent fire through her veins. She jerked away, but not before she saw his knowing smile. "Eat," he said, stepping back. "Rest. Tonight, the moon wanes, but it's still strong enough for truth." He paused at the doorway. "And tonight, I promise you'll remember every moment." Alone again, Raven touched the marks on her throat and tried to convince herself they were just dreams. But dreams didn't throb with phantom pleasure. Dreams didn't leave her aching for more. In the morning light, she began to understand that the most dangerous seductions were the ones you couldn't remember choosing. She ran. Not back to the order. That path was closed to her now. Had been since the moment she'd tasted moon wine and danced in his arms. But deeper into the forest, away from silk chains and gentle lies, away from amber eyes that saw too much. The woods were different beyond the pack's territory, darker, hungrier. Trees pressed close like conspirators, their branches catching at her hair, her stolen cloak. She'd taken it from her room along with a kitchen knife. Pathetic weapons against what hunted these depths, but better than nothing. She made it 3 miles before he found her. "Running so soon?" Varric's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the trees. "And here I thought you were starting to like your cage." Raven spun, knife raised, but saw only shadows. "Show yourself." "As you wish." He dropped from above like a falling star, landing in a crouch that spoke of inhuman grace. When he rose, moonlight caught the sharp planes of his face, turned his eyes to molten gold. He looked less human here, in the deep woods where civilization was just a memory. "You could have killed me in the tower," she said, backing against an oak that felt solid as stone, "while I slept, while I was compromised." "Yes." He moved closer, each step measured. "I could have." "Why didn't you?" "Wrong question." He stopped just out of arm's reach, close enough that she could see the pulse beating in his throat. "Ask me why I let you run." "Why?" "Because I needed you to choose." The knife trembled in her grip. "Choose what?" "Me, or the lie they raised you to be." His gaze dropped to the blade. "That won't save you, you know. Not from me. Not from what's hunting these woods. I'll take my chances." "Will you?" His smile was all teeth. "Then do it. You came here to kill me, didn't you? Here I am, huntress. Kill me." She lunged. The movement was pure instinct, trained into her bones by years of practice. The blade flashed silver in the moonlight, aimed straight for his heart. She was fast, faster than most humans could follow. He was faster. But instead of striking back, instead of snapping her neck or tearing out her throat, Varric did something that shattered her world. He dropped to his knees. The knife stopped an inch from his chest, Raven's momentum carrying her forward until she nearly fell. He knelt before her like a penitent, head bowed, throat bared, waiting. "Do it," he said quietly. "If that's what you came here for, do it." Her hand shook. The knife wavered. "Get up." "No." He looked up at her then, and the raw honesty in his amber eyes stole her breath. I won't fight you, Raven. I won't hurt you. If you are my death, so be it. But I will not mark what does not want me. I don't. The words caught in her throat. I can't. Can't kill me or can't want me. His voice was soft as silk, sharp as steel. Which lie are you telling yourself now? The knife fell from nerveless fingers, hitting the forest floor with a sound like breaking glass. Raven stared down at him. This creature of shadow and power, this king of wolves, kneeling before her like she was something precious, something worth dying for. You're supposed to be a monster, she whispered. I am. He stayed perfectly still, letting her see the truth of him, but not the kind they told you about. What kind then? The kind that falls in love with his executioner. The words hit her like a physical blow, the kind that would rather die by your hand than live without you. Her breath came in sharp gasps. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He was supposed to be cruel, violent, easy to hate. Not this, not vulnerable and honest and impossibly, terrifyingly real. I don't know what I am anymore, she confessed. You're mine. He said it simply, like stating a fact of nature. You were mine the moment you set foot in my territory. The moment you danced under my moon. The moment you let me taste your secrets. I didn't let you. Didn't you? He rose slowly, never taking his eyes from hers. Search your heart, little huntress. Tell me what you find there. She closed her eyes, looking inward for the first time in years. Past the training, past the lies, past the careful walls she'd built around her soul. And there, in the deepest part of herself, she found it. Want. Pure and desperate and undeniable. When she opened her eyes and saw him watching her with infinite patience, she realized the hunt was over, and she had never been the hunter. The blade lay forgotten between them, moonlight turning its steel to silver judgment. Raven stared at it, at the weapon that should have ended this, should have completed her mission and sent her home with blood on her hands and gold in her purse. Instead, she was drowning. You don't understand, she whispered, her voice breaking like glass. I was made for this, shaped from childhood to be their perfect weapon. I don't know how to be anything else. Show me. Varric's voice was soft thunder. Show me what they made you. The words spilled out like poison from a lanced wound. How the Order had found her at 7, half feral and starving in the ruins of a burned village. How they'd fed her, clothed her, given her purpose, and in return, carved away everything that made her human. How they'd trained her to lie with her smile, to kill with her kiss, to feel nothing for the men whose lives she took. 23, she said, the number tasting like ash. 23 hearts I've stopped beating, 23 souls I've sent to whatever comes after. She looked up at him, seeing her reflection in those burning amber eyes. I am a weapon, Varric. Nothing more. No. He moved closer, careful as a man approaching a wounded animal. You're a survivor, a warrior, a woman who's forgotten she has a choice. I don't. You do. His hand reached out, fingers barely grazing her cheek. You could have killed me in the tower, while I slept beside you, trusting, while I carried you home from the moon dance, gentle, while I knelt before you just now, willing. His thumb traced the curve of her jaw. But you didn't. Why? Because touching him felt like coming home. Because his voice in the darkness chased away nightmares she'd carried since childhood. Because when he looked at her, she saw not a weapon but a woman, flawed and dangerous and worthy of something more than death. I don't know, she lied. Yes, you do. He cupped her face in both hands now, and she could feel the carefully leashed power in his touch. You know, but you're afraid to say it. I'm not afraid of anything. Liar. But he said it with such tenderness that it felt like endearment. You're terrified. Of me, of them, of the choice you'll have to make. His forehead touched hers, breath warm against her lips. But mostly, you're afraid of what you want. And what do I want? The question came out barely above a whisper. Me. Simple as breathing. All of me. Forever. The truth of it hit her like lightning. Not the careful seduction she'd been trained for, not the calculated manipulation of desire, but raw, honest want. The kind that scared her more than any monster ever could. I can't, she breathed. The Order will come. They'll kill you. Kill all of you. Let them try. His voice dropped to a growl. I've been waiting centuries for something worth fighting for. Centuries? Her eyes widened. How old are you? Old enough to recognize my mate when she finally finds her way home. Mate. The word sent fire through her veins. Not conquest, not seduction, mating. The deep, primal bond that wolves spoke of in whispers, the connection that transcended flesh and blood. I'm human, she whispered. Are you? His smile was knowing, terrible. Tell me, Raven, what do you remember from before the order found you? Nothing. They said trauma? They lied. His hands tightened on her face, holding her when she would have pulled away. Search deeper, past their poison, past their lies. What do you remember? She closed her eyes, diving into memories she'd been taught to forget. Pain lanced through her skull as she pushed against barriers that felt carved from stone. But underneath, running on 4 legs through midnight forest, howling with voices that understood, eyes that glowed gold in starlight. Her eyes snapped open. No. Yes. He leaned closer, voice dropping to that tone that made her bones vibrate. You know what you are, what we are, why you dance so perfectly under my moon, why the moon wine called to your blood. I'm not. He kissed her. Not gentle, not careful, claiming. His mouth took hers with desperate hunger, while his hands tangled in her hair, and Raven felt something inside her shatter like glass. All her careful control, all her trained restraint, gone in the space between one heartbeat and the next. She kissed him back with 24 years of suppressed longing, with the wild thing inside her that had been caged too long. Her hands found his chest, his shoulders, mapping the scars that told stories of survival and strength. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, his eyes were molten gold. Choose, he said against her lips. Them or me, death or life, the cage or the wild. In that moment, with starlight in her hair and his taste on her tongue, choosing felt like the first real thing she'd ever done. She chose him. The words left her lips like a vow spoken in cathedral shadows. You, I choose you. And with them, something ancient and inevitable clicked into place, like a key turning in a lock that had waited lifetimes to open. Varric's eyes flared molten gold. The air around them shimmered with power. Not magic, but something deeper. Older. The forest itself seemed to lean in, witnessing. Say it again, he commanded, voice rough with need. I choose you, Varric. I choose this. She pressed closer, reveling in the way his breath hitched when her hands found his chest. I choose us. He lifted her then, arms steel strong around her waist, spinning her until the world blurred to shadow and starlight. When he set her down, his forehead pressed against hers, and she could feel the tremor running through him, relief and hunger and something that might have been joy. Mine, he whispered, the word carrying weight beyond sound. You're mine now. Yours, she agreed, and felt chains she hadn't known she carried finally break. What followed wasn't the careful seduction she'd been trained for, wasn't the clinical manipulation of flesh she'd used to lure other targets to their deaths. This was claiming, primal and desperate and absolutely right. He kissed her like salvation, like she was air and he'd been drowning. His hands roamed her body with reverent hunger, learning every curve, every sensitive spot that made her gasp. When his mouth found the pulse point in her throat, the same spot he'd marked in dreams that hadn't been dreams, she arched against him with a sound that was part moan, part growl. I want to mark you properly this time, he said against her skin. Not in dreams or moonwine visions, here, now, real. Yes. The word escaped her without thought, pulled from some deep place that knew exactly what he meant. Mark me, make it real. His teeth found her throat, not the gentle love bite of human lovers, but something deeper. The claiming mark of an alpha sinking into flesh that welcomed it like homecoming. Pain lanced through her, sharp and bright, but underneath, power. Raw and electric flowing between them like lightning. She felt it in her bones, in her blood, in the spaces between her heartbeats. Connection deeper than touch, stronger than flesh. The bond that wolves whispered about in sacred places. When he pulled back, his eyes were pure flame. Look. She followed his gaze upward, gasping at what she saw. The trees around them blazed with silver light, every leaf glowing like captured moonbeams. The forest was singing, wordless melodies that spoke of recognition, of rightness, of bonds forged in starfire. The forest accepts you, Varric said, wonder in his voice. It knows what you are now. What am I? She whispered, touching the mark on her throat. It throbbed with phantom heat, sending shivers through her. Mine. My mate. My equal. His hands found her face, thumbs tracing her cheekbones. The other half of my soul that I've been waiting centuries to find. The silver light pulsed brighter, and Raven felt something stirring in her chest, not pain but transformation, like butterfly wings unfurling inside her ribcage. Her skin felt too tight, her bones too small to contain what was growing within her. "What's happening to me?" she gasped, doubling over as sensation overwhelmed her. Awakening. Varric's arms came around her, steadying. "The bond is calling to what's been sleeping in your blood. Don't fight it, love. Let it come." Power crashed through her in waves, wild and pure and absolutely hers. She felt her senses sharpen until she could hear individual heartbeats of creatures miles away, could smell stories written in wind and rain. Her vision shifted, colors becoming richer, shadows revealing secrets, and underneath it all, the golden thread connecting her to Varric, strong as steel and twice as precious. "I can feel you," she whispered in amazement, "inside my mind, in my heart. As I feel you." He pressed his lips to her temple, and she felt the kiss through their bond as well as on her skin. "We're connected now, Raven, truly mated. Nothing can break this." The forest light began to fade, but the connection remained, warm and constant as a second heartbeat. She straightened in his arms, feeling fundamentally changed, not just marked but reborn. "The order," she said, reality crashing back. "They'll know. They'll come. Let them." His voice carried the promise of violence. "They can't touch you now. You belong to me and I protect what's mine." "And if they try to take me?" His smile was all teeth and terrible promise. "Then they'll learn why even the Council of Hunters fears the monster alpha of Blackmoor." In the silver-touched darkness, she realized she had not lost herself in choosing him. She had finally found who she was meant to be. They came at dawn, when the mist hung thick between the trees and honest folks still slept in their beds. 20 riders in midnight cloaks, silver weapons gleaming like captured starlight, moving through the forest with the silence of professional killers. Raven felt them before she saw them. A cold wrongness pressing against her newly awakened senses like ice against fevered skin. She sat up in Varric's arms, where she'd slept curled against his chest in the soft nest of furs and silk he'd made for her in his chambers. "They're here," she whispered. Varric was already moving, rolling from the bed with liquid grace, amber eyes sharp with deadly focus. "How many?" 20, maybe more. She could taste their intentions on the wind, steel and fire and the bitter tang of religious fervor. "They've brought purification weapons." "Of course they have." His voice was calm, but she felt his rage through their bond, cold and vast as winter storms. "Stay here." "No." She rose as well, reaching for the clothes scattered across the floor. "They came for me. This is my fight." "Our fight," he corrected, catching her wrist. "Your pack now, Raven. My pack. But that means you stay protected until..." A horn call split the morning air, high, mournful, carrying the weight of final judgment. The attack signal of the Order of the Crescent. "Too late for protection," she said grimly. "They'll burn the village to flush us out." Through the window, she could see smoke rising from the outer settlements. Her heart clenched as she thought of Elena, the sick child who'd called Varric her wolf king. Of Mara and the others who'd welcomed her with flower crowns and moon wine. "They're slaughtering innocents," she snarled, and felt something wild and terrible unfurling in her chest. "Yes." Varric's hand found her shoulder, steadying her against the wave of fury. "But we expected this. My wolves are already moving." As if summoned by his words, howls rose from the forest, not mournful but triumphant. Battle cries that made the very air shiver. Through their bond, Raven felt Varric's satisfaction like warm honey. "You planned this." "I've been planning this for decades." He moved to the window and she saw the transformation beginning. His human mask slipping to reveal something far more dangerous. "The Order has grown careless. Arrogant, they think their silver and their prayers make them untouchable. And you're going to prove them wrong. We are." He turned back to her, and his eyes were pure flame now, his canine teeth beginning to lengthen. "The question is, can you kill your former masters?" The horn sounded again, closer now. Through the window, she could see riders emerging from the tree line, their midnight cloaks billowing like wings of death. At their head rode a figure she recognized. Commander Thorne, the man who'd trained her to kill, who'd shaped her into the Order's perfect weapon, the man who'd lied to her about everything. "Yes," she said, and meant it. "I can kill them." Varric's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "Then let's go hunting." They moved through the village like shadows given form, Varric's pack flowing around them in perfect synchronization. Raven marveled at their coordination. No words needed, each wolf knowing their role in the deadly dance to come. The first attack came from the south, where 3 riders had cornered a group of wolf children near the stream. Raven watched Varric blur into motion, covering impossible distance in heartbeats. His claws, fully extended now, opened the first rider's throat before the man could draw his silver blade. The second rider managed to scream before Mara's jaws closed around his spine. The third tried to run. He made it 6 feet before Raven's stolen knife found his back. "Raven," Commander Thorne's voice cut across the battlefield like a whip. "You traitorous little bitch, I should have known you'd go native." She turned to face him, this man who'd been father and teacher and tormentor all in one. He sat his black horse like an avenging angel, silver armor gleaming, blessed blade drawn and ready. "Hello, Commander," she said calmly. "Come to collect your wayward weapon? Come to put down a rabid dog?" His eyes flicked to Varric, who stood beside her with blood on his claws and murder in his gaze. "Though I see you found an appropriate mate. Monster calls to monster after all." "Careful," Varric's voice was silk over steel. "That's my wife you're insulting." "Wife?" Thorne laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "She's a tool, demon, a blade shaped to cut your heart out. Did you really think she chose you? Did you think this was real?" For a moment, just a moment, Raven felt doubt flicker through their bond from Varric's side. The smallest crack of uncertainty. Then she stepped forward, letting her own killing smile bloom. "You're right," she called out, loud enough for every surviving member of the Order to hear. "I was your weapon. Your perfect little killer." She reached up, touching the mating mark on her throat. "But now I serve a different master." Thorne's face twisted with rage. "You forget yourself, girl. I made you. I can unmake you just as easily. Try." The word hung in the air like a thrown gauntlet, and when the bloodshed began in earnest, Raven discovered that loving a monster meant becoming one, and she had never felt more free. The killing was beautiful. Raven had never thought violence could be art before, but watching Varric move through the Order's ranks was like witnessing poetry written in blood. He flowed between their silver blades like water, each strike precise as a surgeon's cut, each death a masterpiece of controlled fury. But it was her own transformation that stole her breath. The first time she moved faster than human eyes could follow, slipping behind Commander Thorne's guard to open his horse's throat, she felt something crack inside her skull. Not pain, but release, like a dam bursting after years of pressure. "Impossible," Thorne snarled, leaping clear as his mount collapsed. "You're human? Tested, verified." "Am I?" Raven circled him, feeling power flow through her like liquid fire. Her vision had shifted, showing her the heat patterns of his body, the rapid flutter of his pulse. Prey instincts. "Tell me, Commander, what happened to my village, my real family?" His blade came up between them, blessed silver that should have burned her to look upon. Instead, she felt only mild annoyance, like being presented with a particularly dull kitchen knife. "Your village was compromised, infected." He spat the word like a curse. "We cleansed it, as was our duty. You murdered children. We put down monsters." His eyes were wild now, the fanatic's gleam she remembered from her training. "As will put down their spawn." He lunged, silver blade aimed for her heart. 24 years of training made her dodge automatic, but something else, something deeper, made her catch his wrist instead. The bones snapped like dry twigs. Thorne's scream split the morning air as his sword fell from nerveless fingers. Raven stared at her hand, still gripping his shattered wrist, marveling at strength she'd never possessed before. "You were wrong about me," she said quietly. "I was never fully human, was I?" Through their bond, she felt Varric's savage satisfaction as he tore through the last of the Order's foot soldiers. But there was something else, knowledge he'd been holding back, waiting for her to discover on her own. "Tell me," she demanded, not turning from Thorne's agonized form. "Your mother," Varric's voice carried easily across the blood-soaked clearing. "She was one of mine, a wolf who fell in love with a human hunter, thought she could live in both worlds. The missing pieces clicked into place with horrible clarity. The Order found her, took her child, killed her for the crime of loving outside her species. He appeared beside her, blood-spattered and magnificent. They raised you as their weapon, never knowing they were training a wolf to hunt wolves. But I never changed, never shifted, because they bound you. His hand touched her temple, and suddenly she could feel them. Silver threads wound through her mind, like chains. Rituals and drugs and blessed metal keeping your wolf dormant, but the mating bond broke their hold. She could feel it now, the wild thing inside her that had been caged since childhood. Not human thoughts wrapped in human flesh, but something primal and powerful stretching its limbs after decades of forced sleep. "Let me go," Thorn gasped, still clutching his broken wrist. "Please, I was following orders, I didn't know." "You knew enough." Raven's voice came out rougher now, carrying undertones of growl. "You knew you were murdering children. You knew you were building weapons out of stolen lives. The council will come for you," he whispered. "All of them. They'll burn this forest to ash before they let an abomination like you survive." "Let them try." The words came from both her and Varric simultaneously, their voices blending into something that made the remaining Order survivors whimper. She looked down at Thorn, this man who'd shaped her entire existence, who'd made her into a killer, and convinced her she was saving the world. He looked so small now, broken and bleeding in the dirt. "You want to know the real joke?" she said softly. "You succeeded. You did make me into the perfect weapon, just not for the purpose you intended." Her claws, when had she grown claws, found his throat. "Raven," Varric's voice was gentle warning. "Are you sure? Once you cross this line, I crossed it the moment I chose you." She met Thorn's terrified gaze. "The moment I chose truth over lies. The moment I chose to be what I am instead of what they made me." Thorn's blood was warm on her hands. Warmer than the others had been. More satisfying. When she stood, wiping her claws clean on his cloak, she felt fundamentally changed. Not just awakened, but reborn. The wolf in her veins sang with recognition, with the joy of finally being allowed to hunt. "How do you feel?" Varric asked, studying her with those burning amber eyes. She considered the question, taking inventory. The silver chains in her mind had dissolved completely. Her senses were sharp as crystal, her body humming with newfound strength. And underneath it all, the golden thread connecting her to her mate, warm and constant as sunlight. "Free," she said finally. "For the first time in my life, completely free." In the aftermath of slaughter, she understood that some cages could only be broken from the inside, and some monsters were born the moment they stopped believing the lies others told about them. The pack gathered at moonrise, their eyes reflecting silver fire as they formed a circle around the ancient stones. But this was not the joyous moon dance Raven remembered. This was something older, more primal. A coronation written in blood and starlight. She knelt in the center beside Varric, feeling the weight of dozens of gazes upon her. Some held reverence, others curiosity. A few, she noted with growing unease, held barely concealed resentment. "You have awakened," Mara intoned, her silver hair gleaming like moonbeams. "The sleeping wolf has opened her eyes. Do you accept what you are?" "I do." Raven's voice carried clearly in the hushed night. "Do you accept your mate, your alpha, your king?" "I do." "Do you accept your place in this pack, this family, this sacred bond?" The answer should have been simple, should have been immediate. But Raven felt the tension in the air, saw the way some of the wolves held themselves, too rigid, too watchful. "I do," she said, and felt something shift in the crowd. Varric's hand found hers as they rose together. Through their bond, she caught whispers of his awareness. He felt it too, the undercurrent of discord that ran beneath their ceremonial words. "Then let all know," he said, his voice carrying absolute authority, "that Raven Blackthorn is my mate, my equal, and your future queen. She bears my mark, my protection, and my power. Any who would challenge this—" "I would." The voice cut through the night like a blade. The circle parted, revealing a massive wolf in human form, broader even than Varric, with scars that spoke of countless battles and eyes like winter storms. Marcus, she realized, Varric's oldest lieutenant, his most trusted warrior. Marcus. Varric's voice was silk over steel. You would challenge your alpha's choice? I would challenge the half-blood's right to stand beside you. Marcus stepped forward, and several other wolves moved with him. Not many, but enough to be dangerous. She is untested, unproven. Her blood is tainted with human weakness. Careful. The temperature around Varric seemed to drop by degrees. You speak of my mate, I speak of survival. Marcus's gaze fixed on Raven with undisguised contempt. The council will come, and when they do, will this creature fight? Or will she run back to her human masters like the trained dog she is? Fury blazed through Raven's veins, not just her own, but Varric's, flowing through their bond like liquid fire. Around the circle, she could feel the pack's tension ratcheting higher. This was a moment of decision, she realized. Her first real test as their future queen. You think me weak, she said quietly, stepping away from Varric's protective presence. Human-tainted, unware no you are. Marcus's smile was cruel. I can smell the fear on you, little huntress. The doubt. You may have fooled our alpha with your pretty face and silver tongue, but I see what you really are. And what is that? A weapon pointed at our hearts. A blade that will turn the moment its true masters call. The accusation hung in the air like smoke. Raven felt several of the younger wolves shift restlessly, caught between loyalty to their alpha and uncertainty about his choice. This was the moment Marcus had been waiting for. The chance to plant seeds of doubt that could grow into full rebellion. You want proof of what I am? Raven's voice dropped to a purr that carried undertones of danger. Very well. She moved before anyone could react, covering the distance between them in a blur of speed that left the pack gasping. Her claws, fully extended now, gleaming like obsidian daggers, stopped a hair's breadth from Marcus's throat. But he was fast too. His own claws had found her ribs, pressing just hard enough to dimple her skin through the silk dress. Impressive, he rumbled. But speed alone? She was already moving again, spinning away from his strike and coming up behind him with liquid grace. This time her claws found the base of his skull, one precise point of pressure that would sever his spine if she chose to push. You're right, she said conversationally, as if they weren't locked in a deadly dance. I was trained as a weapon, shaped to kill efficiently and without remorse. She leaned closer, letting him feel her breath on his neck. The question is, do you really want to test how well they trained me? Marcus went very still. Around the circle, she could hear hearts beating like thunder, could smell the sudden spike of fear sweat in the air. Yield, she whispered, just loud enough for the pack to hear. Yield to your queen, or discover why the Order's hunters feared to face me in single combat. For a moment that stretched like eternity, they held position. Predator and prey, hunter and hunted, the roles shifting between them with each heartbeat. Then Marcus stepped forward, breaking contact, and dropped to one knee. I yield, he said, his voice carrying genuine respect now. I yield to the Queen of Wolves. One by one, the rest of his followers knelt as well. Then the entire pack, until only Varric remained standing beside her. Rise, Raven commanded, and felt the word resonate with power that was entirely her own. All of you, we are pack, we are family, and family does not kneel to family, we stand together. As the wolves rose, she caught Varric's eye and saw something there that made her pulse race. Pride, yes. Desire, certainly. But underneath it all, something deeper. Recognition. He was seeing her not as the broken weapon the Order had made, but as what she was becoming. What she'd always been meant to be. His equal, his queen, his perfect deadly match. In the silver-touched darkness, she realized that claiming power was easy, but earning it, proving worthy of it, was the work of a lifetime. She was finally ready to begin. The poison came at her wedding feast. 3 days after her acceptance by the pack, they had gathered to celebrate the formal bonding. Ancient rituals that would make her not just Varric's mate, but the acknowledged queen of their people. The great hall blazed with firelight and laughter, the air thick with the scent of roasted meat and honeyed wine. Raven had never been happier. The chalice was passed from wolf to wolf, each taking a sip of the ceremonial wine before passing it on. A symbol of unity, of shared blood and purpose. When it reached her, gleaming with silver inlay and carved with runes older than memory, she lifted it to her lips without hesitation. The wine tasted of copper and starlight, of home. The first convulsion hit her before she could lower the cup. Pain exploded through her body like lightning, every nerve screaming at once. The chalice fell from nerveless fingers, shattering against the stone floor as she collapsed. Through the haze of agony, she heard Varric roar, a sound of pure fury that made the very walls tremble. "Poison!" someone screamed. "The queen has been poisoned." But even as darkness clawed at the edges of her vision, Raven's training kicked in. She'd been dosed with a dozen different toxins during her time with the Order, building immunity, learning to function even while dying. This was wolfsbane extract, concentrated, purified, designed specifically to kill her kind. Someone in the pack had tried to murder her on her wedding night. "Find the traitor," she gasped, even as Varric's hands found her face, his touch the only thing anchoring her to consciousness. "Find them before." Another wave of poison hit and her world dissolved into white-hot agony. She drifted in and out of awareness, caught between fever dreams and waking nightmares. Sometimes she was back in the Order's training rooms, strapped to tables while they pumped her full of silver and holy water. Sometimes she was running through endless forests, chasing or being chased by shadows with glowing eyes. Always, Varric was there, his voice calling her back when she drifted too far into darkness, his hands cool against her burning skin, his presence through their bond steady as a heartbeat, refusing to let her go. "Fight," she heard him whisper during one lucid moment. "Fight, my love. Come back to me." "Trying," she managed, though the word felt like it was dragged up from a great depth. "Who?" "We're hunting. The entire pack is hunting." His voice carried the promise of violence. "When I find who did this, they'll beg for the mercy of a quick death." But even as he spoke, Raven felt her wolf slipping away again. The poison was winning, burning through her veins like acid, consuming everything she'd become. Her newly awakened senses dimmed. Her connection to the wild places grew thin as spider silk. She was dying. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time had no meaning in the fever dream world she inhabited. But gradually she became aware of a new presence in the room, someone whose scent she recognized but couldn't quite place. "Alpha," a voice said. Familiar, trusted. "The healers say there's nothing more they can do. The poison has progressed too far." Raven tried to open her eyes, tried to warn Varric that something was wrong. The voice belonged to someone she knew, someone who shouldn't be speaking of her death with such careful neutrality. "There is one option," the voice continued. "A ritual. Dangerous, but it might burn the poison from her system." "Tell me." Varric's voice was raw with desperation. "It requires silver, pure silver, heated until it glows. Applied directly to the heart. The shock might either kill her instantly or force her wolf to surface completely, burning out the wolfsbane in the process." "No," the word screamed through Raven's mind, but she couldn't make her lips form it. Silver on the heart wasn't a healing ritual, it was execution. Whoever was speaking knew exactly what they were suggesting. "The risk," Varric began, "is worth taking. She's dying anyway, Alpha. This way she has a chance." Through the haze of poison, Raven managed to force her eyes open. The room swam into focus slowly, revealing Varric's haggard face bent over her, and beyond him, Marcus. Standing with a silver blade in his hands, its edge glowing cherry red from the forge. But his expression wasn't that of a loyal lieutenant preparing a desperate healing ritual. It was the look of a hunter moving in for the kill, triumph barely concealed behind a mask of false concern. She tried to speak, tried to warn Varric, but only a whisper emerged. "Not healing." "What?" Varric leaned closer, hope flaring in his eyes. "What are you trying to say?" "The blade," Marcus said smoothly, moving closer with the glowing silver. "We have to do this now, while she's still strong enough to survive the process." Raven summoned every remaining ounce of strength, every fragment of will that the poison hadn't consumed, and managed to form one word: traitor. The silver blade stopped inches from her chest. Varric's head snapped up, amber eyes fixing on Marcus with deadly focus. "What did you say?" His voice was barely human. "I said we need to." "Not you." Varric's gaze never left Marcus's face, but his words were for Raven. "What did you call him, my love?" "Traitor," she whispered again, putting everything she had into the word. "The poison him." Understanding blazed across Varric's features like sunrise. When he looked at Marcus again, it was with the eyes of the monster Alpha, ancient, pitiless, absolutely lethal. "You," he said quietly, "You poisoned her." In that moment between accusation and violence, Raven felt her wolf surge back to life, not from any healing ritual but from pure, undiluted rage. The wolf exploded out of her like a star being born. Raven's body convulsed as 24 years of suppressed nature erupted all at once. Bones elongating, muscles reshaping, claws bursting from fingertips like obsidian daggers. The wolfsbane that had been killing her became fuel for the transformation, burned away by the sheer force of her awakening. Marcus stumbled backward, the glowing silver blade falling from nerveless fingers. Impossible. The poison should have. She was on him before he could finish the sentence. Her partially shifted form was nightmare-made flesh, human intelligence in a body built for slaughter, claws that could rend steel, teeth designed to tear through bone. Marcus was strong, experienced, deadly in his own right. He lasted 11 seconds. When she rose from his mangled corpse, blood painting her face in primal patterns, the great hall had gone utterly silent. Every wolf in the pack stood frozen, staring at their new queen as she completed her transformation back to human form. "Anyone else?" she asked conversationally, as if she hadn't just torn apart one of their most respected warriors with her bare hands. "Any other traitors who'd like to come forward?" The silence stretched until Varric moved, crossing to her side and pulling her into his arms. His touch was gentle despite the violence she'd just unleashed, his voice warm with pride and relief. "Are you all right?" "Better than all right." She could feel the difference in herself, the wolf no longer sleeping but fully integrated, making her faster, stronger, more complete than she'd ever been. "I remember now, everything. Not just her childhood, stolen and buried beneath the Order's conditioning, but older memories, carried in her blood. The history of her people, their struggles, their pain. The long war between wolf and hunter that had claimed so many lives. The council will come," she said, turning to address the pack. "Not just for me, but for all of you." Marcus wasn't working alone. He was their advanced scout, their inside man. "They know our strengths now, our numbers, our weaknesses." "Let them come," snarled one of the younger wolves. "We'll tear them apart like we did the last group." "No." Raven's voice carried absolute authority. "Running isn't enough anymore. Hiding isn't enough. As long as the Council of Hunters exists, as long as they spread their poison across the world, none of us will ever be safe." She could feel the shift in the room's energy, the way every wolf leaned forward at her words. This was what they'd been waiting for, not just a queen, but a leader who understood the true scope of their enemy. "You're talking about war," Mara said quietly. "I'm talking about survival." Raven moved to the center of the circle, letting them all see her clearly. "The Council has been hunting us for centuries, picking us off pack by pack, territory by territory. They've convinced the human world that we're monsters while they commit genocide in the name of holy righteousness." "And what would you have us do?" The question came from Elena's mother, the woman whose child had trusted Varric to chase away nightmares. "We are strong, but they have armies, blessed weapons, the support of kings and churches. Then we stop hiding in the shadows." Raven's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "We stop pretending to be what they want us to be. We embrace what we are. Predators, survivors, the children of moon and storm." She spread her arms wide, encompassing the entire pack. "We go to war not as scattered refugees, but as what we've always been, wolves. The other packs will never unite," someone called out. "They're too proud, too territorial." Then we make them understand that unity is the only path to survival. She could feel Varric's approval through their bond, his fierce pride in what she was becoming. "The Council fears us individually. Imagine what they'll feel when we stand together." "And if they refuse to listen?" Raven thought of Commander Thorne, of the lies he'd told and the children he'd murdered. Of Marcus, who'd been willing to poison her on her wedding night for a handful of council gold. Then we remind them why apex predators don't negotiate with prey. The pack erupted in howls of approval. Not the ceremonial calls of ritual, but battle cries that promised blood and victory. As their voices rose to touch the stars, Raven felt something she'd never experienced before. Purpose. Not the twisted mission the Order had given her. Not the desperate survival that had driven her since awakening. This was deeper, truer. the knowledge that she'd found her place in the world and would defend it with everything she had. "My queen," Varric said quietly, his words meant for her alone. "Are you certain? Once we start down this path, there's no going back." She leaned into his warmth, drawing strength from their bond. "I know, but there was never any going back, was there? Not from the moment I chose you. Not from the moment I chose truth over lies." His smile was fierce and proud. "Then we go to war." "No." She turned to face him fully, letting him see the steel in her eyes. "I go to war. This is my fight now, my responsibility. The council made me into a weapon. Time to show them how well they taught me." In the great hall filled with blood and starlight, she realized that some battles could only be won by becoming the monster your enemies already believed you to be. 6 months later, ravens stood before the Council of Hunters in their sacred cathedral, their holy of holies, their final sanctuary. The great doors had been torn from their hinges. The blessed silver that should have burned her skin lay melted and cooling on the marble floor. The 100 hunters who'd tried to stop her were ash and memory. She was not alone. Behind her stood the united packs, wolves from every territory, every bloodline, every corner of the known world. They had come when she called. Not from fear, but from something far more dangerous. Hope. Hope that the endless running could finally end. Hope that their children could grow up free. The council's survivors huddled on their golden thrones. 12 old men who'd spent lifetimes convincing themselves that genocide was holy work. Their leader, Grand Inquisitor Blackwood, the man who'd ordered her village burned and her mother murdered, sat rigid with fury and terror. "You cannot be here," he whispered, voice cracking like ancient parchment. "This place is sanctified, blessed, protected by powers beyond your comprehension. Your protections failed." Raven's voice echoed in the vast space, carrying harmonics that made the stained glass windows shiver. "Your gods are silent. Your silver is melted slag." She smiled, and it was beautiful and terrible as an avalanche. "You are alone with the monsters you created." "We created nothing." Blackwood surged to his feet, spittle flying from his lips. "We defended humanity from abominations, from creatures that would devour civilization itself." "Did you?" She gestured to the wolves behind her. "Look at them, Inquisitor. Really look. Do you see mindless beasts, or families? Parents who love their children, mates who would die for each other? I see demons wearing human faces." "Then you see what you were taught to see." Raven stepped closer to his throne, noting how he flinched away from her approach. "But I see something else. I see the truth you spent centuries trying to hide." She raised her hand, and one of the younger wolves came forward. Elena, grown beautiful and strong in the months since Raven's awakening. The child who'd once been dying of transformation sickness now moved with liquid grace, amber eyes bright with intelligence and compassion. "This is what you would have murdered," Raven said softly. "A child whose only crime was being born different from you." The taint spreads. Blackwood's eyes were wild now, the fanatic's gleam she remembered from her training days. One bite, one drop of infected blood, and humanity falls. "You're right." Raven's admission hung in the air like smoke. "It does spread, but not as you think." She moved to the nearest council member, a younger man whose hands shook as she approached. With one careful claw, she opened a tiny cut on his palm. A single drop of blood welled up, crimson against pale skin. "Watch," she commanded. Nothing happened. The man remained human, unchanged, unmarked by transformation. "The bite doesn't make us," she explained to the stunned council. "We're born this way. Born different. Born free." Her smile was sharp as winter wind. "The only thing that spreads is the truth, that your war has always been about fear, not protection." "Lies!" Blackwood screamed. "All lies. You corrupt with your very presence, seduce the weak-minded, like you did to me." The words fell into sudden silence. Raven let them hang there, watching understanding dawn in the Inquisitor's eyes. "Yes," she continued conversationally. "I remember now. How you found me in the ruins of my village, barely old enough to walk. How you raised me, shaped me, convinced me that I was saving the world by becoming your perfect killer." Her voice dropped to a purr. "Tell me, grandfather, did you know what I was when you took me in? Did you know you were training a wolf to hunt wolves?" His face went ashen. Around the cathedral, she heard several of the council members gasp. Impossible, one whispered. She was tested, verified human. I was broken, Raven corrected, chained with silver and lies and the desperate need to belong somewhere. But chains can be broken, lies can be exposed, and sometimes. She let her claws extend fully, obsidian daggers that gleamed in the cathedral's light. Sometimes the monster you created isn't the one you think you're fighting. Blackwood tried to run. He made it 3 steps before her claws found his spine. As the Grand Inquisitor fell, the remaining council members began to beg. Some offered gold. Others promised to disband the order to leave the wolves in peace. Too late, Raven said, but not without gentleness. You had centuries to choose peace. You chose war instead. Now you live with the consequences. The killing was swift, merciful even. More mercy than they'd ever shown her people. When it was over, when the cathedral fell silent except for the drip of blood on sacred stones, Varric appeared at her side. "How do you feel?" he asked quietly. She considered the question, taking inventory. The silver chains that had bound her mind since childhood were gone completely. The lies that had shaped her identity had been burned away by truth. She was no longer the Order's weapon, no longer anyone's tool. She was simply herself, wolf and woman, predator and protector, monster and queen. "Free," she said finally. "For the first time in my life, completely free." They walked from the cathedral together, leaving behind the bones of an empire built on fear and lies. Outside, their pack waited, not just the wolves from Blackmoor, but hundreds of others, refugees from across the world who'd heard the call and come home. "What now?" Elena asked, her young face bright with possibility. Raven looked out over the assembled packs, at the families who no longer had to hide, at the children who could grow up knowing what they were without shame. "Now we build," she said. "Something new, something better, a world where being different doesn't mean being hunted. And if others come, other hunters, other enemies," Raven's smile was sharp and sure, "then we remind them why monsters exist in the first place, to keep the real predators honest." As night fell and the moon rose full and silver over the ruins of the old order, Raven felt Varric's hand find hers. Through their bond, she felt his contentment, his pride, his absolute certainty that they'd chosen correctly. The war was over. The real life could finally begin. I did not slay the monster. I fell in love with him and let him burn the world for me. Now, close your eyes and drift into the next story, where darkness is a lover and every breath carries a secret. The scent hit me first. Pine and steel, wild honey and something darker I couldn't name. My wolf stirred beneath my skin, a low thrum of recognition that made my breath catch. After 18 years of waiting, of wondering, of hoping, this was it. My mate. I pushed through the crowded great hall of the Ironclaw Palace, my heart hammering against my ribs. The mating ceremony was in full swing around me. Dozens of young wolves from allied packs mingling under the massive stone arches, but I only had eyes for one. Prince Darren stood near the raised dais, his golden hair catching the torchlight, his broad shoulders draped in royal blue velvet. He was beautiful, perfect, everything I dreamed my mate would be. My hands smoothed down the simple green dress my mother had sewn for this night. It wasn't silk or adorned with jewels like the other noble daughters wore, but it was clean and well made. Surely that would be enough. Surely he would see past my humble birth once he felt the bond. I took a shaky breath and approached. "Your Highness?" He turned, and those storm-gray eyes I'd admired from afar met mine. For one perfect moment, I saw it. The flash of recognition, the widening of his pupils as the mate bond snapped into place between us. Hope bloomed in my chest like sunrise. "You," he breathed, and I smiled. Then his expression changed. His gaze traveled from my face down to my simple dress, to the small leather pouch at my waist that marked me as a healer's daughter. His jaw tightened, the warmth in his eyes turned to ice. "No." The word fell between us like a stone into still water. "This is impossible. My lord, you're nobody." His voice carried across the hall and conversations began to quiet around us. A healer's daughter, not even beta blood. Heat flooded my cheeks. The moon goddess doesn't make mistakes. The moon goddess has made a grave one. Prince Darren stepped back as if I carried plague. "I, Darren of House Ironclaw, heir to the Northern Kingdoms, reject you as my mate. I reject this bond. The words hit me like physical blows. Around us, the great hall had gone silent. Every pair of eyes was on us, on me, watching my humiliation unfold. I felt the mate bond stretching, fraying, the golden thread between our souls beginning to snap. "Please," I whispered, but he had already turned away. "Guards, escort this girl from the palace. She has no business here." 2 armored wolves flanked me before I could protest. My vision blurred with unshed tears as they took my arms, not roughly, but with firm intent. The crowd parted before us, faces blurring together, some sympathetic, others coldly amused. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. 18 years I'd waited for this night, dreamed of meeting my mate, of belonging somewhere. Instead, I was being paraded through the great hall like a criminal, my rejection echoing off the stone walls for all to witness. The massive oak doors of the palace loomed before us. In moments, I would be cast out into the night, alone and mateless, the bond severed forever. My wolf whimpered deep in my chest, already mourning what we'd lost. But as the guards reached for the door handles, a voice cut through the silence like a blade through silk. "Stop." The command was quiet, barely above a whisper, but it carried absolute authority. Every wolf in the hall froze, including the guards. Even the servants paused in their tasks, silver trays trembling in their hands. Slowly I turned. King Theron stood at the top of the dais stairs, his powerful frame silhouetted against the fire burning in the great hearth behind him. Where his sun was golden and bright, the king was darkness itself. Black hair shot with silver, flat, midnight blue eyes that seemed to see straight through to my soul. He was older, dangerous, beautiful in the way a storm was beautiful, and he was staring directly at me. "Release her," he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall. The guard's hands fell away from my arms instantly. The king descended the stairs with predatory grace, each step deliberate and measured. He didn't look at his son, didn't acknowledge the crowd. His attention was fixed entirely on me. He stopped 3 feet away, close enough that I could smell his scent, leather and smoke, winter pine and something wild that made my pulse race. His dark gaze traveled over my face with an intensity that stole my breath. "You are Arya of the Riverfang pack," he said. "Not a question." "Yes, your majesty." My voice came out steadier than I felt. Something flickered in his eyes. "The healer's daughter." "Yes." He stepped closer. Now I could see the silver threading through his black hair, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes that spoke of battles fought and won. He was probably twice my age, this alpha king, but power rolled off him in waves that made my knees weak. "My son," he said quietly, "is a fool." Gasps echoed through the hall. Prince Darren's face went white with shock and rage. "Father!" Silence. King Theron didn't raise his voice, but the word cracked like a whip. His eyes never left mine. "Tell me, little healer, do you feel it?" I frowned, confused. "Feel what, your majesty?" The corners of his mouth curved in the barest hint of a smile. "Never mind. You will, in time." He stepped back, but somehow the distance between us felt charged, electric. "You will remain at court as my guest, my personal healer should the need arise." "Father, you can't be serious." Prince Darren pushed through the crowd, his face flushed with anger. "She was just rejected. She has no place here." King Theron finally looked at his son, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "She has whatever place I say she has. Question me again, and you'll find yourself in the dungeons contemplating respect." Prince Darren's mouth opened and closed like a landed fish. Around us, the court watched in stunned silence. The king turned back to me, and for a heartbeat, I could have sworn I saw something hungry flicker in those midnight eyes. "Welcome to Ironclaw Palace, Arya of the Riverfang pack." He swept away then, his midnight cloak billowing behind him, leaving me standing in the center of the great hall with my heart racing, and my future suddenly impossibly uncertain. What had just happened? I couldn't sleep. The guest chambers King Theron had assigned me were more luxurious than anything I'd ever seen. Silk hangings in deep emerald, a 4-poster bed that could have fit my entire family, windows that overlooked the moonlit gardens. But luxury couldn't quiet the storm in my chest. The rejection still burned. Even now, hours later, I could feel the severed mate bond like a phantom limb, present and absent all at once. My wolf paced restlessly beneath my skin, confused and grieving. We'd found our mate only to lose him in the same breath. And yet, I pressed my fingers to the window glass, watching the silver light dance across the rose gardens below. Something else hummed in my blood now, something I couldn't name. When King Theron had looked at me in that great hall, when he'd stepped close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from his skin, my wolf had gone still. Not with fear, but with recognition? Impossible. The moon goddess gave each wolf one mate, one perfect half. I'd found mine and been cast aside. There couldn't be anything else, anyone else. The very idea was madness. But his words echoed in my mind. Do you feel it? Feel what? I turned away from the window, pacing the length of the ornate carpet. Tomorrow I would have to face the court again, endure their whispers and sideways glances. The healer's daughter, who dared to think herself worthy of a prince. The rejected girl the king had taken pity on. A soft knock interrupted my spiraling thoughts. "Come in," I called, expecting a servant with late-night refreshments. The door opened and my breath caught. King Theron stood in the doorway, no longer dressed in his formal court attire. He wore simple black leather pants and a white shirt unlaced at the throat, his midnight hair falling across his forehead. Without his crown and royal bearing, he looked younger, more dangerous. More male. "Your Majesty." I dropped into a hasty curtsy, suddenly aware of my thin nightgown and loose hair. I didn't expect. I couldn't sleep either. He stepped into the room, closing the door behind him with a soft click that seemed to echo in the sudden quiet. These walls have thin ears. Walk with me. It wasn't really a request. I grabbed my cloak from the chair and followed him through corridors I didn't recognize, down twisting stairs that led deeper into the castle's heart. We passed no guards, encountered no servants. It was as if the very shadows bent to his will, concealing our passage. Finally, we emerged onto a small balcony that overlooked the palace's eastern gardens. The moon hung full and bright above us, painting everything in silver and shadow. Here, the night air carried the scent of jasmine and wild roses, and something else, something that made my pulse quicken. "You're wondering why I intervened tonight," he said without preamble. I wrapped my cloak tighter around myself, suddenly cold despite the warm night. "Yes, Your Majesty Theron." His voice was rough, quiet. "When we're alone, call me Theron." The intimacy of it sent heat spiraling through my chest. I shouldn't. There are many things you shouldn't do, little wolf. He turned to face me fully, and in the moonlight his eyes were liquid silver. "Tell me about the bond you felt with my son." My cheeks burned. "I'd rather not. Humor me." I stared down at my bare feet against the cold stone. It was instant, like lightning but warm. My wolf recognized him immediately. The words came out hollow, brittle, for all the good it did. And now, I looked up, confused. Now? He stepped closer, close enough that I had to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. "How do you feel now?" The question hung between us like a held breath. How did I feel? Confused, hurt, angry. But underneath all of that, different, I whispered. Something dark and satisfied flickered across his features. Different how? I don't know. The admission felt dangerous, like stepping off a cliff into unknown depths. When you look at me, my wolf goes quiet, not afraid, just waiting. He raised one hand slowly, giving me every opportunity to step away. When I didn't, he brushed his knuckles along my cheek. The touch was feather-light, but it sent fire racing through my veins. "Waiting for what?" he murmured. "You." The thought came unbidden, shocking in its certainty. My lips parted, but no sound emerged. His thumb traced the curve of my lower lip, and I felt my wolf stir. Not with the frantic energy she'd shown around Darren, but with something deeper, hungrier. "The moon goddess," Theron said softly, "is more complex than most wolves understand. She sees paths we cannot, weaves fates that span generations." His hand cupped my face now, thumb stroking along my cheekbone. "Sometimes, what appears to be rejection is merely redirection." "I don't understand." His smile was dark, predatory. "You will." He dropped his hand and stepped back, leaving me cold and aching in ways I didn't want to examine. "Sleep, Arya. Tomorrow your real education begins." He turned to go, then paused at the balcony entrance. "And little wolf, stay away from my son. Darren's pride is wounded, and wounded animals do foolish things." "Is that a warning or a command?" His laugh was low, dangerous. "Both." I watched him disappear into the shadows, my skin still tingling where he'd touched me. The night air felt different now, charged with possibility and peril in equal measure. I lifted my fingers to my cheek, where the warmth of his touch still lingered. What was happening to me? 3 days passed in a strange sort of limbo. I saw neither hide nor hair of King Theron, though his presence seemed to permeate the castle like smoke. Servants spoke his name in hushed, reverent tones. Guards snapped to attention when he passed through corridors I couldn't see. Even the stones themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting. I spent my mornings in the castle's herb gardens, reacquainting myself with the healing plants that grew in the royal grounds. My afternoons were consumed by the castle's head healer, Mistress Alara, a stern woman with silver-streaked hair who tested my knowledge with the intensity of a general planning war. "Wolfsbane," she barked, holding up a dried purple flower. "Uses? External application only, reduces fever, eases joint pain in elderly wolves. Internal consumption causes paralysis and death." She nodded curtly and moved to the next herb. "Moonbell? Calms the wolf during difficult shifts, induces deep sleep. Combined with silver root, it can... Enough." She set down her testing materials and fixed me with sharp brown eyes. "Your mother taught you well. Few healers your age possess such comprehensive knowledge." Pride warmed my chest. "Thank you, mistress." "Don't let it go to your head, girl. Knowledge means nothing without wisdom, and wisdom comes only through experience." She began packing away the herbs with practiced efficiency. "Which you're about to gain, whether you want it or not." Before I could ask what she meant, the heavy oak door to the healing chambers swung open. A young guard stepped inside, his bronze armor gleaming despite the late afternoon shadows. "Lady Arya, His Majesty requests your presence in the throne room." My stomach dropped. I'd managed to avoid the main palace areas since that first night, taking my meals in my chambers and keeping to the quieter sections of the castle. The last thing I wanted was to face the court's curious stares and whispered gossip. "Now?" I asked weakly. "At your earliest convenience," the guard replied, which in royal speak meant immediately. Mistress Alara studied my face, her expression softening slightly. "Go. And remember, kings don't summon healers unless they have need of them. Whatever he wants, it's not about the rejection." I hope you're right, I thought, but kept the words to myself. The throne room felt even more imposing than it had 3 nights ago. Massive stone pillars stretched toward a vaulted ceiling, painted with scenes of legendary wolves and ancient battles. Banners from allied packs hung between tall windows, their colors rich in the golden afternoon light. King Theron sat on his throne, not the ornate ceremonial seat used for public audiences, but a simpler chair of dark wood carved with running wolves. He wore deep blue velvet trimmed with silver, and a circlet of white gold rested on his dark hair. Every inch the Alpha King. But his eyes found mine the moment I entered the room, and that strange recognition flickered between us again. "Approach," he commanded, his voice echoing in the vast space. I walked the length of the red carpet, my soft-soled shoes silent against the stone floor. When I reached the base of the throne's steps, I dropped into a deep curtsy. "Your Majesty." "Rise." He studied me for a long moment, and I fought the urge to fidget under that penetrating gaze. "How do you find your accommodations?" "Very generous, Your Majesty. I'm grateful for your hospitality." "And Mistress Alara? Is she a suitable instructor?" "Yes, Your Majesty. She's thorough." His mouth quirked at that, the barest hint of amusement. "Indeed she is. Tell me, Arya, do you feel prepared to put your skills to use?" Something in his tone made my wolf stir uneasily. Yes, Your Majesty. If there's someone in need of healing, there is." He rose from his throne and descended the steps, each movement fluid and controlled. "Reports have reached us from the southern border. The Shadowmere pack has been struck by an illness unlike anything their healers have seen. Wolves falling into deep sleeps from which they cannot wake. Children crying tears of silver. Elders speaking in tongues that predate recorded history." My blood chilled. "That sounds like dark magic." His voice was grim. "Yes, we suspect as much. The Shadowmere pack has requested aid, and I'm inclined to grant it. The question is, are you willing to journey south with a royal expedition? The work will be dangerous, the conditions harsh." I straightened my shoulders. "If people are suffering, then yes, I'm willing." "Even knowing that my son will likely be part of the expedition?" Heat flooded my cheeks. Prince Darren. Of course he would be involved. Royal expeditions were exactly the sort of thing future kings were expected to lead. Your Majesty, what happened between Prince Darren and myself? It won't interfere with my duties. Good. He stopped directly in front of me, close enough that I could see the gold flecks in his dark eyes. Because this mission requires a healer of exceptional skill. The reports suggest we're dealing with magic that targets the bond between human and wolf. If that's true, then conventional healing methods will be useless. My mouth went dry. You think I can help because of what happened with the rejection? I think, he said quietly, that you may understand the nature of broken bonds better than most. The words hung between us, heavy with implication. He was right, of course. The severed mate bond still ached in my chest like a half-healed wound. If someone or something was deliberately targeting the sacred connections that bound wolves to their other halves, then perhaps my experience with loss could provide insight. When do we leave? I asked. Tomorrow at dawn. Pack light. We'll be traveling fast and hard. He turned away, then paused. One more thing, Arya. Yes, Your Majesty. His gaze met mine, and for a moment the formal mask slipped. What I saw beneath made my breath catch. Hunger, possession, and something that looked almost like worry? Stay close to the group. The Southern Territories have grown, restless of late, and I would be displeased if anything happened to you. The way he said it, soft and dangerous, sent shivers racing down my spine. Not a king's concern for a subject, but something far more personal. Why did he care what happened to me? The Southern Territories stretched before us like a wounded landscape, all twisted trees and patches of earth where nothing would grow. We'd been riding for 5 days now, and with each mile the wrongness in the air grew thicker. My wolf pressed closer to the surface, hackles raised at scents that shouldn't exist. Decay mixed with ozone, flowers blooming out of season, the metallic tang of magic gone sour. Prince Darren rode at the head of our column, his golden hair a beacon against the gray sky. 20 royal guards flanked our party, their armor dulled to avoid catching unwanted attention. And behind them all, silent as a shadow, rode King Theron. He hadn't spoken to me directly since we'd left the palace, but I felt his eyes on me constantly. When I dismounted to gather herbs, when I tended minor injuries around our evening fires, when I rolled out my bedding each night at the edge of our makeshift camps. The weight of his attention was almost physical, a constant awareness that made my skin prickle and my pulse quicken. There, Prince Darren called out, pointing toward a cluster of crude shelters in the distance. The Shadowmere refugee camp. I urged my mare forward, studying the settlement with growing unease. Threadbare tents and hastily built lean-tos housed what remained of the once proud Shadowmere pack. Smoke rose from scattered cooking fires, but there was something wrong about it, too thin, too pale, as if even the flames were weakened. As we approached, figures emerged from the shelters. What I saw made my heart clench with pity. These wolves moved like ghosts of themselves, hollow-cheeked, hollow-eyed, their movements sluggish and uncertain. Children clung to their parents' legs with desperate intensity, while elders sat motionless, staring at nothing. Sweet moon goddess, I breathed. I, rumbled Captain Marcus, the grizzled leader of our guard contingent. Whatever's afflicting them, it's worse than the reports suggested. A woman detached herself from the group of refugees, her steps careful but determined. She was middle-aged, her dark hair streaked with premature silver, wearing the simple brown robes of a pack healer. But it was her eyes that caught my attention, deep green, filled with exhaustion and barely contained desperation. Your Highness, she's dropping into a weary curtsy before Prince Darren. I am Mira, former head healer of the Shadowmere pack. We are grateful you've come. Tell us what we're dealing with, Darren commanded, his voice crisp and authoritative. Mira's gaze flicked nervously between the prince and the silent figure of King Theron, who had dismounted but remained slightly apart from the group. It began 3 weeks ago. A strange mist rolled in from the thornwood, thick and silver, smelling of copper and dying flowers. Anyone caught in it fell into a deep sleep within hours. And they can't be woken? I asked, earning sharp looks from several of the guards. I was supposed to be observing, not questioning. But Mira turned to me with something like relief. You're the healer they promised? Thank the moon. Yes, they sleep, but it's unnatural. Their bodies are here, but it's as if their wolves have been torn away, lost somewhere we cannot reach. My blood chilled. The bond between human and wolf was sacred, inviolable, or so I'd always believed. If something could sever that connection. Show us. King Theron spoke for the first time, his deep voice cutting through the growing dusk. Mira led us to the largest tent at the center of the camp. Inside, a dozen pallets lined the floor, each occupied by a motionless figure. Men, women, children, all lying perfectly still, their chests rising and falling in the shallow rhythm of unnatural sleep. I knelt beside the nearest pallet, where a young woman around my own age lay pale and still. Gently, I pressed my fingers to her wrist, feeling for her pulse. It was there, but weak, thready. Her skin was cold despite the warm evening air. How many? I asked softly. 47 so far, Mira replied. And the mist, it keeps returning. Every few nights, we see it gathering at the edge of the thornwood. We've tried everything. Protective circles, blessed silver, prayers to the moon goddess. Nothing stops it. I closed my eyes and extended my senses the way my mother had taught me, feeling for the woman's inner wolf. What I found made my stomach lurch. Nothing. An empty space where her wolf should be, like a house with all the furniture ripped out. They're wolves, I whispered. They're gone. Not gone, Mira said urgently. That's what we thought at first, but listen. Go deeper. I pressed my palm flat against the woman's chest and reached further, pushing past the surface emptiness. And there, so faint I almost missed it, I felt something. A thread, thin as spider's silk, stretching away into elsewhere. They're still connected, I breathed, but barely, like they're being held somewhere far away. Precisely. King Theron's voice came from directly behind me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I hadn't heard him approach. The question is where, and by whom? I looked up at him, finding his dark gaze fixed on me with burning intensity. You think someone is doing this deliberately? I think, he said quietly, that 47 wolves don't simply lose their other halves by accident. This has the signature of old magic, dangerous magic. Father's right, Prince Darren said, though his tone suggested he'd rather agree with anyone else. The border scouts have reported strange lights in the thornwood, sounds that don't belong to any natural creature. Someone, or something, has made that forest their stronghold. My wolf stirred uneasily as I studied the sleeping woman's face. She was so young, probably recently mated judging by the simple gold band on her finger. Somewhere out there, her other half might be frantically searching for her, not understanding why their bond had gone silent. The thought made my chest ache. I knew that loss, that confusion when a bond you'd counted on simply vanished. I want to try something, I said, looking up at King Theron. With your permission. His eyes narrowed slightly. What did you have in mind? The thread connecting her to her wolf. It's still there, just stretched thin. If I could follow it, trace it back to wherever her wolf is being held. Absolutely not. Prince Darren's voice cracked like a whip. That kind of spiritual projection is forbidden for good reason. You could lose yourself, become trapped wherever her wolf is being held. Or worse, Mira added, her face pale. The magic holding them might recognize your intrusion and snap the connection entirely. She could die. But King Theron was still watching me, his expression unreadable. You've done this before. It wasn't a question. Somehow, he knew. Once, I admitted. When I was 15, my cousin fell into a river during the spring floods. By the time we pulled her out, she'd been underwater too long. Her wolf had retreated, deep inside where we couldn't reach her. I followed the connection, brought her back. And nearly died doing it, Mira said sharply, clearly recognizing the technique. Spirit walking is not something to attempt lightly, especially when dark magic is involved. She's right, King Theron said, but his tone was thoughtful rather than dismissive. The risk is enormous. I looked down at the sleeping woman again, at her peaceful face and still hands. Somewhere her wolf was trapped, probably terrified and alone. And if I was right about the thread connecting them, there might be dozens more in the same situation. The risk of doing nothing is worse, I said firmly. If this spreads beyond the Shadowmere pack. It won't, Prince Darren interrupted. We'll track down whoever's responsible and put an end to this, the conventional way. And how long will that take? I challenged, surprising myself with my boldness. Days? Weeks? How many more will fall into unnatural sleep while we're hunting through the forest? Prince Darren's face flushed with anger, but before he could respond, King Theron held up a hand for silence. "The decision is not yours to make," he said to his son, his voice carrying absolute authority. Then he looked at me, and something passed between us. Understanding, recognition, a shared knowledge of what it meant to lose the most fundamental part of yourself. "If you do this," he said quietly, "you don't go alone. I would follow her anywhere, even into the dark." The spirit walking had taken everything out of me. I lay on a simple cot in Mira's healing tent, my body weak but my mind racing with what I'd seen. The silver cord connecting the sleeping woman to her wolf had led me through a maze of shadow and twisted magic, deep into the heart of the thornwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets in forgotten tongues. There, in a clearing that shouldn't exist, I'd found them. Dozens of wolves trapped in cages of pure silver light, their eyes wild with terror and longing. And watching over them all, a figure cloaked in darkness whose face I couldn't see, whose power tasted of old blood and older hatred. I'd managed to return before the connection snapped, bringing with me the knowledge of where the wolves were being held. But the effort had left me drained, my own wolf retreating deep inside to recover from the spiritual strain. "Drink this." King Theron's voice was rough, with something that might have been concern. He held a cup of steaming broth to my lips, his large hands surprisingly gentle. I sipped the bitter liquid, feeling strength slowly return to my limbs. "The clearing," I whispered. "Did you see it through our connection?" When I'd begun the spirit walking, Theron had placed his hand on my shoulder, anchoring me to the physical world through his own considerable power. What I hadn't expected was how intimately that connection would bind us. For those terrifying minutes, our minds had been linked as surely as mated wolves, his strength flowing into me while my experiences flowed back to him. I saw. His midnight eyes were grim. The magic binding those wolves is ancient, older than the current bloodlines, older than the established packs. Whoever is wielding it has been planning this for a very long time. But now we know where they are. We can mount a rescue. Absolutely not. The sharp voice came from the tent entrance. Prince Darren pushed aside the canvas flap and stepped inside, his golden hair disheveled and his storm-gray eyes blazing with fury. Behind him, Captain Marcus and 2 other guards flanked the opening, their expressions carefully neutral. "You've done quite enough damage already," Darren continued, his gaze fixed on me with undisguised loathing. "Do you have any idea what you've risked? Not just your own life, but the stability of this entire mission?" I struggled to sit up straighter, my head swimming with the effort. "I found them. The missing wolves. They're alive, and I know where. You've given away our presence to whatever dark sorcerer is behind this." Darren's voice rose to a near shout. "The moment you touched their magic, you announced yourself as clearly as if you'd sent a formal invitation. For all we know, they're already moving the prisoners, or worse, killing them to cover their tracks." The words hit me like physical blows. In my eagerness to help, had I doomed the very wolves I'd been trying to save? "That's enough." King Theron rose from his chair beside my cot, his presence suddenly filling the small tent. "Your concerns are noted, Darren. Now remove yourself from this tent before I do it for you." "Father, you can't be serious about this." Darren gestured wildly at me, his face flushed with rage. "She's a nobody, a rejected Omega who's gotten in over her head. She has no business attempting magic this dangerous, no business being part of this mission at all." The insult stung, but what hurt worse was the grain of truth in his words. I was in over my head. I had acted impulsively, without fully considering the consequences. And now? "She has more business being here than you do." Theron's voice was deadly quiet, but it carried the weight of absolute authority. "In case you've forgotten, she's the only one who's managed to make meaningful contact with the missing wolves. While you've been posturing and giving orders, she's been actually helping people. She's been reckless." Darren shot back. "And you've been encouraging it because you're—" He stopped abruptly, his face going pale as he seemed to realize what he'd been about to say. "Because I'm what?" Theron stepped closer to his son, and the temperature in the tent seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Choose your next words very carefully, boy." The silence stretched between them, thick with tension and unspoken accusations. I could see the moment when Darren's courage failed him, when the weight of his father's displeasure finally penetrated his rage. "Because you're not thinking clearly," Darren finished weakly. She's distracting you from what's really important." "And what exactly is really important?" "The crown." The words exploded out of Darren like they'd been building pressure for days. "The succession, the future of our kingdom. You're the Alpha King, father. You can't afford to be distracted by some healer's daughter who got rejected at her first mating ceremony." The cruelty in his voice made me flinch, but it was the flash of something dark and dangerous in Theron's eyes that made my breath catch. For a moment, I thought he might actually strike his son. Instead, he smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "You're absolutely right," he said softly. "I am the Alpha King, which means every decision I make, every person I choose to protect or support, is mine to make. And if you question those decisions again, if you speak to or about Arya with anything less than complete respect, you will find yourself removed from this mission and confined to quarters until I decide you've learned some manners." Darren's mouth opened and closed like a landed fish. "You can't. I can, and I will." Theron moved to stand directly in front of me, his broad shoulders blocking his son from view. "Now get out. The adults have work to do." For a heartbeat, I thought Darren might push the confrontation further. His hands clenched into fists, his jaw tight with barely controlled fury. But then his gaze flicked to the guards flanking the tent entrance, and something in their expressions must have warned him off. "This isn't over," he said, his voice low and venomous. "Father or not, king or not, this isn't over." He spun on his heel and stalked out of the tent, the canvas flaps snapping closed behind him with violent emphasis. In the sudden quiet, I became acutely aware of how close King Theron was standing, how his scent, leather and pine and dangerous male, filled my senses. When he turned to face me, his expression was carefully controlled, but I could see the storm still raging behind his dark eyes. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "He's right, you know. I acted without thinking, and now we know where the missing wolves are being held, and we have a chance to save them." He sat back down in the chair beside my cot, his large frame somehow making the simple furniture look delicate. "My son has many fine qualities, but strategic thinking has never been among them. He's angry about the rejection, about me being here at all. Darren is angry about a great many things, most of which have nothing to do with you." Something in his tone made me study his face more closely. "What do you mean?" Theron was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on something I couldn't see. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft, almost contemplative. My son expected to inherit a kingdom where his word was law, where his bloodline guaranteed him everything he desired. The idea that the moon goddess might have other plans, that he might not be entitled to whatever he sets his sights on, is difficult for him to accept. The words hung between us, heavy with implication. Was he talking about the throne, the rejection, or something else entirely? Before I could ask, he leaned forward, his dark gaze meeting mine with burning intensity. "Rest now, little wolf. Tomorrow we hunt, and God help anyone who tries to stand in our way." By the time the moon reached its zenith, I'd given up on sleep entirely. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the trapped wolves in their silver cages, heard their silent howls of anguish echoing through the spirit realm. Worse still, I kept replaying Prince Darren's words, "Rejected Omega, nobody," each repetition cutting deeper than the last. Maybe he was right. Maybe I had no business being here, playing at magic I barely understood, pretending I could make a difference in matters far beyond my station. The spirit walking had drained me more than I'd admitted, leaving my wolf weak and my connection to her strangely muted. I slipped from my cot as quietly as possible, not wanting to wake Mira, who slept on a pallet near the tent's entrance. The refugee camp was quiet around me, filled only with the soft sounds of uneasy sleep and banked fires. Even the guards seemed subdued, their usual banter replaced by watchful silence. I needed air, space to think without the weight of expectation pressing down on me. The forest beckoned at the edge of the camp, its shadows deep and inviting despite the wrongness that tainted these lands. I knew I shouldn't wander alone. Theron's warnings about the southern territories echoed in my memory. But the tent felt like a cage, and my wolf was growing increasingly restless. Just a few minutes, I told myself. Just long enough to clear my head. I picked my way carefully through the underbrush, following what might have been a game trail deeper into the woods. Here, away from the camp's cooking fires and human scent, the magical corruption was more obvious. Trees grew in impossible spirals, their bark shot through with veins of silver that pulsed with sickly light. Flowers bloomed in colors that had no names, their petals falling upward like reverse snow. Beautiful. Terrible. Wrong. You shouldn't be out here alone. I spun around, my heart hammering, to find King Theron emerging from the shadows as if he'd been part of them. He wore dark leather and a long coat that billowed behind him in the unnatural breeze, making him look more like some ancient forest god than a mortal king. Your Majesty. I dropped into a curtsy, though it felt absurd in the middle of the twisted wood. I couldn't sleep. I needed air, space, time to think without my son's poison eating away at your confidence. His voice was gentle, understanding in a way that made my chest tighten. I know the feeling well. He moved closer, and I caught his scent on the wind, pine and leather, smoke and something indefinably male that made my wolf stir from her exhausted slumber. How did you know where to find me? I felt you leave. The admission came out rough, almost reluctant. Through the connection we forged during your spirit walking, it's stronger than it should be. My breath caught. The bond created during magical workings was supposed to fade within hours, not linger like this. Is that normal? No. His dark gaze met mine, and I saw something there that made my pulse quicken. Nothing about this is normal, Arya. Nothing about you is normal. Before I could ask what he meant, he gestured to the forest around us. This place was different once. Before the corruption, before whatever dark magic took root here, it was known as the Garden of Thorns, a sacred grove where the moon goddess was said to walk among mortals. I looked around with new eyes, trying to imagine how this twisted landscape might have appeared in its glory. It must have been beautiful. It was. My grandfather brought me here as a child, before the darkness came. These trees were silver-leafed then, their branches heavy with flowers that bloomed only under the full moon. The very air hummed with benevolent magic. He reached out to touch one of the corrupted trees, his fingers trailing along the silver veins in its bark. Now it's a shadow of itself, poisoned, transformed into something it was never meant to be. There was something in his voice, a note of personal pain that made me study his profile in the moonlight. You're not just talking about the forest, are you? He was quiet for so long I thought he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. Do you know what it's like to be bound by expectations? To have every choice, every desire, every moment of your life dictated by duty and bloodline and the weight of a crown you never asked for? The question caught me off guard. No, I'm sorry, I can't imagine. I've been king for 20 years, Arya. 20 years of councils and politics and carefully orchestrated marriages and alliances. 20 years of watching my son grow into someone I barely recognize, shaped by courtiers who whisper poison in his ear about his divine right and inevitable succession. He turned to face me fully, and in the silver light filtering through the corrupted canopy, his face looked younger, more vulnerable. And then you walked into my throne room 3 nights ago, and for the first time in decades, I felt alive. My heart stopped, then started again, racing so fast I was sure he could hear it. Your Majesty? Theron, he corrected softly. When we're alone, away from the court and its watching eyes, I'm just Theron. Theron, I whispered, and the name felt dangerous on my tongue. I don't understand. The mate bond with your son was never meant to be. He stepped closer, close enough that I could see the gold flecks in his dark eyes, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his skin. The moon goddess doesn't make mistakes, little wolf, but sometimes her plans are more complex than we first understand. What are you saying? I'm saying that when I felt your spirit walking tonight, when our minds touched across the void, my wolf recognized something. His hand rose to cup my cheek, the touch gentle but possessive. The same thing he recognized the moment you walked into that throne room, broken and rejected and so beautifully fierce. I should have stepped away. Should have reminded him of propriety, of the impossible gulf between our stations, of the dozen reasons why this conversation was dangerous beyond measure. Instead, I leaned into his touch. "This is madness," I breathed. "Yes." His thumb traced along my cheekbone, sending fire racing through my veins. The most perfect madness I've ever known. "Your son. My son rejected you, cast you aside like you were nothing." There was steel in his voice now, a possessive anger that made my wolf whimper with something that wasn't fear. He had his chance. He chose his pride over his mate. "And you?" The question slipped out before I could stop it. "What do you choose?" His smile was dark, predatory, beautiful. "I choose you, Arya of the Riverfang Pack. I choose you over duty, over propriety, over everything that says I shouldn't." He leaned closer, his breath warm against my lips. "The question is, what do you choose?" "I choose the fire that burns between us. Consequences be damned." The world held its breath. We stood frozen in that moment between decision and action, his question hanging in the air like incense. The corrupted forest whispered around us, silver-veined leaves rustling with unnatural music, but all I could hear was the thundering of my own heart. What do you choose? I should choose duty, propriety, the safe path that kept me in my place as a healer's daughter, grateful for royal charity. I should step away from the heat in his eyes, from the dangerous promise in his touch, from the way my wolf sang in recognition every time he looked at me. Instead, I rose on my tiptoes and kissed him. It was meant to be gentle, a whisper of contact to answer his question without words. But the moment our lips touched, something ignited between us. Power. Magic. Recognition so deep it felt like coming home after a lifetime of wandering. Theron's arms came around me, crushing me against his chest as he deepened the kiss. He tasted like winter nights and wild honey, like promises whispered in the dark. My hands fisted in his coat, anchoring myself to him as the world spun away, and then I felt it. The bond. Not the sharp electric snap I'd experienced with Prince Darren, but something deeper, older. A golden thread weaving itself between our souls with the inexorable patience of fate. My wolf lifted her head and howled, a sound of pure joy that echoed through every fiber of my being. This was what the moon goddess had intended all along. Theron pulled back with a sharp intake of breath, his dark eyes wide with wonder. "Do you feel it?" "The bond," I whispered, my voice shaking. "But how is this possible? I was already matched with the wrong wolf." His hands cupped my face, thumbs stroking along my cheekbones. "Darren was never meant to be yours, little wolf. He was simply a stepping stone, a way to bring you into my orbit." The implications hit me like a physical blow. "You mean the moon goddess planned this? The rejection, the humiliation, all of it?" The moon goddess sees paths we cannot fathom. Sometimes what appears to be cruelty is simply preparation. His expression grew tender, almost reverent. "You needed to be broken before you could be remade, and I..." He paused, swallowing hard. "I needed to see you broken, to recognize how perfectly you would fit against my broken places." Tears pricked at my eyes. "I'm not broken." "No," he agreed softly. "You're forged, tempered by pain, into something stronger than what you were before, something worthy of standing beside a king." The golden bond between us pulsed with warmth, carrying his emotions to me in waves. Desire, yes, but also protectiveness, admiration, and something deeper that made my breath catch. Not love, not yet, but the promise of it. The recognition that given time, given chance, love would bloom between us as inevitably as flowers after rain. "This is forbidden," I said weakly, even as my hands tightened in his coat. "You're the Alpha King. I'm nobody, just as your son said. You are mine." The words came out rough, possessive, with an undertone of wolf song that made my knees weak. "The moon goddess herself has decreed it. Let anyone try to say otherwise. Your son will never accept this. The court will learn to accept what they cannot change." He pulled me closer until there was no space between us, until I could feel the steady beat of his heart against my chest. "I have spent 20 years being the king everyone expected me to be. Dutiful, proper, alone. I will not spend another day denying what the moon goddess has given me." The fervor in his voice, the absolute conviction, sent shivers racing down my spine. This was not a man accustomed to being denied, and the focus of all that concentrated will was intoxicating. "What happens now?" I asked. His smile was dark, predatory, beautiful. "Now we return to camp. We complete this mission, and when we return to the palace," he leaned down, his lips brushing against my ear, "we announce our bond to the court. They'll think I used dark magic to ensnare you. Let them think what they will." His breath was warm against my skin, sending heat spiraling through my core. "By the time we're finished, there will be no doubt about the legitimacy of our bond. And if they refuse to accept it..." He pulled back to meet my gaze, and what I saw in his eyes made my wolf whimper with something that wasn't fear. "Then they will learn why I'm king, and they are not." The promise in those words, the absolute certainty, should have terrified me. Instead, it filled me with a dark sort of satisfaction. For too long I'd been the rejected Omega, the healer's daughter grateful for scraps of attention. But this man, this king, saw me as an equal, as someone worthy of standing beside him against whatever storms might come. "The mission," I said, trying to focus on practical matters even as the bond between us hummed with contentment. "The trapped wolves will be freed." His expression grew serious, but carefully. "Whatever dark sorcerer is behind this corruption has had weeks to prepare defenses. We cannot simply charge into their stronghold." "Then what do you propose?" "Bait." His eyes glittered with dangerous intelligence. "They've shown they can sense magical workings. Your spirit walking proved that. So we give them something to sense. Something irresistible." Understanding dawned, cold and terrible. "You want to use me as bait." "I want to use us." He took my hands in his grip warm and reassuring. "Our newly forged bond will shine like a beacon in the magical realm. No sorcerer alive could resist the temptation to study it, to try to corrupt or control it. And when they come for us," his smile was sharp as a blade, "we'll be ready." The plan was dangerous, reckless even, but looking into his eyes, feeling the steady pulse of our bond, I found I trusted him completely. Whatever came next, we would face it together. "When do we begin?" I asked. "Tomorrow night, when the moon is dark." He lifted our joined hands to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to my knuckles. "But tonight?" His gaze met mine, dark with promise. "Tonight we let the bond settle, let it grow strong enough to withstand whatever trials await us. Tonight we become something new, something dangerous, something unstoppable." We barely made it back to the edge of camp before he pressed me against the trunk of a massive oak, his mouth claiming mine with desperate hunger. This kiss was different from the gentle exploration in the Garden of Thorns. This was fire and possession, need and recognition colliding in a storm that threatened to consume us both. The newly formed bond between us sang with approval, urging us closer, deeper, until there was no space left between our bodies. "Arya?" He growled against my lips, my name a prayer and a curse all at once. His hands tangled in my hair, tilting my head back to give him better access to my throat. When his lips found the sensitive spot where my pulse fluttered beneath pale skin, I gasped, my nails digging into his shoulders through the leather of his coat. "Theron," I whispered, and felt him shudder at the sound of his name on my lips. He pulled back just far enough to look into my eyes, his own dark with want and something deeper, a possessiveness so complete it should have frightened me. Instead, it sent liquid heat pooling low in my belly. "I want to mark you," he said, his voice rough with barely leashed control. "Here, now, let the whole world know you're mine." The thought of his teeth on my throat, of bearing his mark for all to see, made my wolf whimper with longing. But somewhere in the haze of desire, a thread of sanity remained. "Not here," I managed, though the words cost me. "Not where anyone might see. The plan. Damn the plan." His thumb traced the line of my jaw, his touch reverent and possessive all at once. "Damn propriety. Damn everything that says I can't have you. You can have me." The admission slipped out before I could stop it, and I saw his eyes flare with triumph. But not like this, not hidden in shadows like something shameful. He stilled, his hands framing my face as he searched my expression. "You're right," he said finally, though his voice carried the strain of a man fighting every instinct he possessed. "When I mark you, it will be in a place of honor, before witnesses who can attest to the bond's legitimacy. And until then, his smile was dark, predatory. Until then, we wait, we plan, we prepare to face whatever enemies would dare challenge what the moon goddess has decreed. But even as he spoke the words, his body pressed closer to mine, pinning me against the rough bark with delicious pressure. I could feel every line of him, every plane of muscle, every breath that matched the rapid rhythm of my own. "This waiting," I said shakily, "is going to be torture. The sweetest torture imaginable." His lips found mine again, softer this time but no less devastating. When he finally pulled away, we were both breathing hard. "But worth it, you're worth it." A branch snapped somewhere in the darkness behind us, and we both froze. Theron moved with fluid grace, placing himself between me and whatever approached, his hand dropping to the silver blade at his hip. "Father?" Prince Darren's voice cut through the night like a blade, cold with suspicion and barely contained fury. He stepped into the small clearing where we stood, his storm-gray eyes taking in our disheveled appearance with growing rage. "What," he said with deadly quiet, "is the meaning of this?" Theron's posture didn't change, but I felt the shift in him, from lover to king in the space of a heartbeat. "I might ask you the same question. You're supposed to be on watch duty." I was making rounds when I felt Darren's gaze flick between us, his expression growing more thunderous by the second. Power, magic, a bond forming. His voice cracked on the last word. "Tell me I'm wrong, Father. Tell me you haven't just committed the ultimate betrayal." "I've committed no betrayal," Theron said calmly. "I've simply accepted what the moon goddess has decreed. The moon goddess decreed her as my mate." Darren's composure finally cracked, his voice rising to a near shout. "Mine! I may have rejected her, but that doesn't give you the right to." "To what?" Theron's voice carried the cold authority of winter storms. "To accept a gift you cast aside? To honor what you scorned?" "She's using dark magic." Darren pointed an accusing finger at me, his face flushed with rage and humiliation. "First, she ensnares me with false bonds. Then when that fails, she turns her witchcraft on you." The accusation hit like a physical blow. I opened my mouth to protest, but Theron's growl cut through the air, low, dangerous, the sound of an alpha wolf defending his mate. "Apologize," he said quietly. "Now." "I will not. You will apologize to my mate for your unfounded accusations, or you will find yourself stripped of rank and exiled from this mission." Each word fell like hammer blows. "Choose carefully, boy. My patience has limits." The word mate hung in the air between them, undeniable and absolute. Darren's face went white, then red, then white again as the full implications sank in. "Your mate," he repeated hollowly. "She's your mate. She is. But I'm your son, your heir. Doesn't that mean anything?" Something shifted in Theron's expression, not softening exactly, but recognition of genuine pain beneath his son's fury. "It means everything, Darren, which is why I'm giving you this one chance to accept what cannot be changed. And if I don't?" Theron's smile was sharp as winter wind. "Then you'll learn that being my son grants you exactly as much consideration as I choose to give. No more, no less." Father and son stared at each other across the small clearing, 20 years of complex relationship crackling between them like lightning. I held my breath, caught between them, acutely aware that my very existence had become the catalyst for this confrontation. Finally, Darren spoke, his voice hollow with defeat and something that might have been grief. "I'll never forgive you for this," he said to his father. Then his gaze shifted to me, cold as death. "Either of you." He turned and walked away, his footsteps fading into the darkness of the camp beyond. Theron waited until the sound of his retreat completely disappeared before turning back to me. The mask of kingship fell away, revealing exhaustion and something that might have been regret. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I never wanted it to happen like this." I reached up to cup his cheek, feeling the tension in his jaw beneath my palm. "It was always going to happen eventually. At least now we know where we stand. At odds with my only son and heir. Hardly an auspicious beginning. But honest," I said firmly. "Whatever else this bond brings us, it will be built on truth." He caught my hand in his, pressing a kiss to my palm. "Truth," he agreed, "and whatever consequences that truth demands. Let the consequences come. We would face them as one." The dreams came with the new moon's darkness. I stood in a great hall I'd never seen before, its walls carved from white marble veined with gold. Moonlight streamed through tall windows, casting everything in silver and shadow. At the far end of the hall, 2 thrones waited, one larger, wrought from black iron and wolf bone, the other smaller but no less magnificent, crafted from silver and moonstones that caught the light like captured stars. I walked toward them, my bare feet silent on the polished stone. I wore a gown of midnight blue silk that flowed around me like water, and on my head rested a crown of intertwined silver thorns. As I approached the thrones, a figure emerged from the shadows beside them, Theron, but not as I'd ever seen him before. Here, in this place between sleeping and waking, he wore his power like a living thing. His hair was crowned with silver light, his eyes blazed with inner fire, and when he smiled at me, I saw fangs that glinted like diamonds. "You came," he said, his voice echoing with harmonics that made my soul sing. "Where is this place?" I asked, though somehow I already knew. "The seat of what we could become, what we will become if you choose it." He extended his hand to me, and I saw that his fingers ended in claws that could rend flesh from bone. "The question remains, little wolf, will you rule beside me?" I looked at the silver throne, at the crown waiting on its seat, at the man, the king, the alpha, the darkness, who offered me everything I'd never dared to dream. "And if I say yes, then you accept all that comes with it, the power, the responsibility, the enemies who will rise against us." His expression grew serious, and the sacrifices that must be made. "What sacrifices?" Instead of answering, he gestured to the great doors behind me. They swung open to reveal Prince Darren, but not the golden prince I knew. This version was broken, bloody, his storm-gray eyes empty of everything but hatred. "One of us will not survive what's coming," dreamed Theron said quietly. "The crown cannot be shared between rivals, no matter what blood they claim." I woke gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs like a caged bird. Around me, the healing tent was quiet except for the soft sounds of sleep from the other occupants. Moonlight filtered through the canvas walls, painting everything in shades of silver that reminded me too much of my dream. Just a dream, I told myself. Nothing more. But the bond with Theron pulsed with awareness, and I knew he'd shared the vision. Somewhere in the camp, he was awake too, grappling with the same terrible knowledge. I slipped from my bedroll as quietly as possible and stepped outside. The camp was settled for the night, with only the watch fires and sentinel guards marking our presence in the corrupted landscape. I should have returned to my bed, tried to find dreamless sleep, but my feet carried me away from the tents toward the forest's edge. I found him waiting in the same clearing where we'd first kissed, his dark silhouette unmistakable against the twisted trees. He didn't turn when I approached, but I felt his awareness of me through our bond. "You saw it too," I said softly. "The throne room, the crowns, the choice." His voice was rough, tired in a way that had nothing to do with lack of sleep. "Yes, I saw it." I moved to stand beside him, close enough to feel his warmth but not quite touching. Was it prophecy or just fear? With the moon goddess, there's often little difference between the two. He finally looked at me, and in the starlight his eyes held depths I couldn't fathom. "She's showing us what could be, little wolf, but the path to reach it—" "Your son. My son." The words carried the weight of kingdoms. The dream was clear enough. Only one of us can hold the throne when this is finished. Horror crept up my spine. "You can't mean—" "I mean that Darren has made his choice. He's aligned himself against us, against the bond the moon goddess herself decreed. And in doing so..." Theron's expression grew distant, terrible in its calm certainty. "He's forfeited any claim to mercy. He's your child, your blood. He's a threat to my mate." The words came out in a growl that belonged more to wolf than man. "And threats to what's mine don't survive long in my kingdom." The possessiveness in his voice should have frightened me. Instead, it sent dark satisfaction curling through my chest. This powerful, dangerous man was willing to choose me over his own heir, over political stability, over everything that had defined his reign. "There might be another way," I said, though I didn't quite believe it myself. "If we could make him understand." "Darren understands perfectly." Darren turned to face me fully, his hands coming up to frame my face with devastating gentleness. "He understands that he can no longer have everything he wants simply by virtue of his birth. and rather than accept that truth, he's chosen war. Then we're truly doing this? Accepting the bond publicly, regardless of consequences? His smile was dark, beautiful, terrible. We're doing more than accepting it, little wolf. Tomorrow night, when the moon is dark and the veils between worlds grow thin, we're going to use our mission as cover for something far more significant. The marking ceremony, I breathed, understanding flooding through me. The marking ceremony. Before witnesses, under the open sky, with the power of our bond blazing like a beacon for all the magical world to see. His thumbs traced along my cheekbones, and I felt his wolf singing beneath his skin. By the time we return to the palace, there will be no question of legitimacy. You will be my acknowledged mate, my queen in all but formal title. And Prince Darren? We'll have to choose between accepting the new reality or facing the consequences of continued defiance. His expression grew cold, implacable. Either way, the choice will be his. I searched his face, looking for some sign of regret or uncertainty. Instead, I found only absolute conviction and a possessiveness so complete it took my breath away. Are you certain? I asked. Once we do this, there's no going back. There was no going back the moment you kissed me in the Garden of Thorns. He leaned closer, his breath warm against my lips. The only question now is whether you're ready to claim your throne. My throne. The word sent shivers through me, dark and thrilling. All my life, I'd been nobody. The healer's daughter, the rejected Omega, the girl grateful for scraps of attention. But this man saw me as royalty, as someone worthy of standing beside him against the world. Yes, I whispered, the word barely audible but carrying the weight of absolute commitment. I'm ready. His kiss was gentle this time, reverent almost, sealing the promise between us. When he pulled away, his eyes blazed with triumph and something deeper, love perhaps, or the promise of it blooming between us like flowers in spring. Then tomorrow night, under the dark moon, you become mine in truth. His voice was soft, dangerous, certain, and may the moon goddess help anyone who tries to stand in our way. Tomorrow I would stop being Arya the rejected and become Arya the chosen. Consequences be damned. The ritual began at midnight, when the dark moon hung invisible in the star-drunk sky. We had told the others it was a trap for the dark sorcerer, a way to draw out whoever had been stealing the wolves' other halves by creating a magical beacon too tempting to ignore. It wasn't entirely a lie. Our bonding ceremony would indeed blaze across the mystical realm like a signal fire, impossible for any practitioner to miss. But that was merely a convenient side effect of our true purpose. Theron had chosen the corrupted clearing where I'd first found the trapped wolves through spirit walking. Here, where the veils between worlds wore thin and ancient magic still pulsed in the twisted earth, our bond would be witnessed by powers older than kingdoms. I knelt in the center of the clearing, wearing a simple white shift that left my throat and shoulders bare. Around me, protective circles had been drawn in blessed salt and silver dust, their lines glowing faintly in the starlight. Theron stood at the circle's edge, magnificent in black leather that made him look more shadow than man. Captain Marcus and a handful of trusted guards formed a loose perimeter, their eyes scanning the tree line for threats. They believed they were here to protect a dangerous magical working. In truth, they were about to witness the birth of a new queen. Are you ready, little wolf? Theron's voice carried across the small space, rough with barely contained power. I lifted my chin, meeting his dark gaze with steady resolve. I'm ready. He stepped into the circle, and immediately the air between us began to shimmer with heat. The bond we'd forged 2 nights ago hummed to life, growing stronger with each step that brought him closer. By the time he knelt before me, the very air around us glowed with silver fire. Before the moon goddess and her witnesses, he began, his voice carrying the formal cadences of ancient ritual. I claim you as mine, body and soul, wolf and human, now and for all the days to come. Before the moon goddess and her witnesses, I replied, the words coming from some deep instinct I hadn't known I possessed. I accept your claim. I bind myself to you, heart to heart, spirit to spirit, for this life and whatever lies beyond. Power exploded around us, visible now as ribbons of gold and silver that danced through the air like living light. The guards gasped, their hands moving instinctively to their weapons, before training reminded them this was expected. But what they couldn't see, what only Theron and I could feel, was the deeper magic taking hold. The bond between us wasn't just strengthening, it was transforming, becoming something greater than the sum of its parts. I felt his wolf merge with mine, our souls intertwining until I couldn't tell where I ended and he began. This was what true mates were meant to be. Not just compatible, but complementary, two halves of a greater whole. Theron leaned forward, his hands coming up to frame my face with reverent care. "The mark, little wolf, will you bear it willingly?" I tilted my head to the side, baring the curve of my throat to him. "Mark me. Make me yours for all the world to see." His eyes flared gold, not human anymore, but pure alpha wolf. When he leaned down to press his lips to my throat, I felt the gentle scrape of fangs against my skin. The bite, when it came, was exquisite. Not pain, but completion. Pure rightness as his mark sank deep, binding us on levels that transcended the physical. Power rushed through me, his power, shared freely through the mating bond. I felt my own magic responding, growing stronger, reshaping itself around this new reality. When he finally lifted his head, his lips stained with my blood, I knew the mark would be visible to all. Two crescent moons intertwined, silver against my pale skin, proof of our bond that no one could deny or dismiss. "Mine," he said, though carrying absolute conviction. "Yours," I agreed, and felt the truth of it settle into my bones. The power around us reached crescendo, silver fire reaching toward the star-filled sky. And in that moment of perfect connection, I felt something else. A presence watching from the shadows beyond our protective circle. Dark, ancient, hungry. The sorcerer had taken our bait. But before I could warn Theron, before I could even fully process the threat, Prince Darren stepped into the clearing. He wore full battle armor, silver plates that caught and reflected our magical fire. His face was a mask of cold fury, his storm-gray eyes fixed on the mark now blazing on my throat. Behind him, I glimpsed other figures in the tree line, palace guards who'd chosen to follow the prince rather than the king. "Stop this," Darren commanded, his voice cutting through the magical display like a blade. "Stop this obscenity before it goes any further." Theron rose slowly to his feet, placing himself between me and his son. The power radiating from him was no longer gentle. It was the terrible force of an alpha defending his mate. "You're too late," he said calmly. "The bond is complete. She bears my mark." "Marks can be removed," Darren snarled. "Bonds can be severed. And once she's dead, you'll be free of whatever spell she's cast on you." The threat hung in the air like poison. Around us, Captain Marcus and his guards drew their weapons, suddenly uncertain which prince they were meant to protect. The guards who'd followed Darren stepped into the clearing, forming a half-circle of steel and silver. "You would challenge your own father?" Theron asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "I would save him from his own folly." Darren's hand moved to his sword hilt, the metal singing as it cleared the scabbard. "Even if it means removing the source of his madness permanently." The blade was silver, I realized with growing horror. Silver that would burn supernatural flesh, that could disrupt magical bonds if it shed enough blood. He meant to kill me, here and now, before witnesses who could attest that he'd acted to save his father from dark enchantment. But as father and son faced each other across the blood-soaked ground, as the guards chose sides and steel whispered from sheaths, I felt the watching presence in the forest stirring. The dark sorcerer was moving closer, drawn by the chaos and magical energy. We had wanted to set a trap. Instead, we had walked into one. "Come then," Theron said softly, his own blade appearing in his hand with liquid grace. "If you would challenge what the moon goddess has decreed, let us settle this as our ancestors did. Father and son, alpha and pretender." The dream was coming true, and only one of them would walk away. Blood was still wet on the silver grass when the whispers began. The confrontation between father and son had been interrupted by something far worse than family strife. As Theron and Darren faced each other with naked blades, the dark sorcerer had struck, not with violence, but with something infinitely more insidious. A creeping madness that turned guard against guard, brother against brother, until the clearing rang with the clash of steel, and the screams of men who no longer recognized friend from foe. Now 3 days later, we huddled in what remained of our camp while the corruption spread like wildfire through our ranks. "It's the bond," Captain Marcus said for the third time, his weathered face pale with exhaustion. "The marking ceremony created a beacon that drew every dark thing in these cursed lands. The men are paying the price for your indulgence." I pressed closer to Theron's side, feeling his tension through our connection. The mark on my throat pulsed with warmth, but even that comfort couldn't chase away the guilt gnawing at my chest. Half our expedition lay dead or dying, victims of a magical plague that made them see enemies in allies' faces. "The corruption was here long before we arrived," Theron replied, his voice carefully controlled. "We simply gave it focus." "Focus that's killing my men." Marcus slammed his fist against the makeshift table. "Whatever that thing was that emerged from the forest, it fed on the power you two were throwing around. It grew stronger, bolder, and now we finish what we started," I interrupted, earning sharp looks from both men. "The trapped wolves, the dark sorcerer, none of this ends until we destroy the source." "Listen to yourself," Prince Darren's voice cut across the tent like a blade. He sat in the corner, his armor dented from the night's fighting, his storm-gray eyes fixed on me with undimmed hatred. "Still playing the hero, even as men die for your ambitions." The past 3 days had changed something fundamental between father and son. Where once there had been love complicated by duty, now there was only cold calculation and mutual recognition that only one could survive this mission. The dark sorcerer's attack had prevented their duel, but the threat hung between them like an unsheathed blade. My ambitions? I stood, facing Darren across the small space. I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't ask to be rejected, to be brought here, to seduce my father with dark magic? His smile was sharp, cruel. No, I suppose that came naturally. Theron moved with liquid violence, crossing the tent to grab his son by the throat before anyone could blink. The casual display of predatory power sent shivers down my spine. "One more word," he said softly, "and I'll forget you're my blood." Darren met his father's gaze without flinching. "Will you? Or has she corrupted that memory too?" For a heartbeat I thought Theron might actually kill him. The air in the tent grew thick with alpha power, pressing down on all of us like a physical weight. Then, slowly, deliberately, he released his grip. "You have until dawn," he said to his son. "Gather whatever men still follow you and leave. Return to the capital. Tell them." He paused, glancing at me. "Tell them the southern expedition was lost to dark magic. And you. I'm finishing what we came here to do." Theron's hand found mine, our bond humming with shared resolve. "The wolves are still trapped. The sorcerer still lives. Until both those problems are solved, we go nowhere." "It's suicide," Captain Marcus protested. "We've lost too many men. The corruption is spreading faster than we can counter it. A tactical retreat is not an option," I finished firmly. "Not while those people suffer. Not while that thing grows stronger every day we delay." Darren laughed, the sound bitter as winter wind. "Look at you, playing queen already. Tell me, father, how does it feel to watch your kingdom's future walk away for a woman who will be the death of you?" This time, it was my power that flared, silver light dancing around my fingers as magic I'd never felt before surged through me. The mark on my throat burned with heat, and I felt Theron's wolf rise in response to mine. "I am not the death of anything," I said, my voice carrying harmonics that belonged to queens and goddesses. "I am what comes after death, what rises from ashes, what your small mind cannot comprehend." The words came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought, flowing through me with the certainty of prophecy. Around us the air shimmered with power that made even Theron step back in surprise. Darren's face went white. "What are you?" I didn't know. But as the magic settled around me like a living cloak, as I felt the bond with Theron deepen into something that transcended mortal understanding, I began to suspect the truth was larger than any of us had imagined. "I am the moon goddess's answer to your father's prayer," I said quietly. The darkness he never knew he needed, the balance to his light. I looked directly at Darren, letting him see the silver fire burning in my eyes. "And if you threaten him again, you'll learn exactly what that means." The prince stared at me for a long moment, then at his father, then back at me. Something shifted in his expression. Not acceptance, but a grudging recognition of what he was truly facing. "This isn't over," he said finally, the words carrying the weight of a blood oath. "Whatever you've become, whatever hold you have on him, this isn't over." He stood, moving toward the tent entrance with carefully controlled movements. At the threshold, he paused. "I'll see you both in hell," he said conversationally, then stepped out into the night. In the silence that followed, Theron and I stood side by side, our bond humming with shared knowledge. Tomorrow, we would face the dark sorcerer with whatever forces remained to us. Tonight, we had each other, and perhaps in the end, that would be enough. Dawn brought no mercy. Prince Darren had not left as his father commanded. Instead, he had spent the night gathering allies from the corrupted expedition, men whose minds had been twisted by dark magic, whose loyalty now belonged to whispered promises of power and restoration. When the sun crested the horizon, painting the twisted landscape in shades of gold and crimson, he returned with a formal challenge that would decide the fate of the Ironclaw Kingdom. By the ancient laws, by blood and steel and the moon goddess's judgment, I challenge King Theron for the crown. His voice carried across the makeshift arena they'd cleared in the corrupted forest, witnessed by the handful of uncorrupted guards and the refugees who'd emerged from hiding to watch their fate be decided. I stood at the arena's edge, my heart hammering against my ribs as father and son faced each other across 20 feet of blood-soaked earth. The mark on my throat burned like silver fire, my bond with Theron carrying his emotions to me in waves. Sorrow, determination, and beneath it all, a terrible love for the son he was about to face in mortal combat. "You don't have to do this," I'd whispered to him in the moments before the challenge. "There might be another way." "There is no other way," he'd replied, his dark eyes soft with something that might have been regret. "This was always how it would end, little wolf. The moment you chose me over him, the moment I chose you over everything else, this became inevitable." Now, watching them circle each other with predatory grace, I wondered if the moon goddess had planned even this. If every choice, every moment of pain and joy had been leading to this blood-soaked clearing where only one alpha could emerge victorious. "You still have time to yield," Theron called to his son, though his blade never wavered from a perfect guard position. "Kneel, accept the bond the moon goddess has decreed, and I will show mercy." Darren's laugh was bitter as winter wind. "Mercy? From the man who chose a nobody over his own blood?" He raised his silver blade, its edge gleaming with more than reflected light. "There is no mercy in this world, father, only strength and weakness, and you have chosen weakness." They came together in a clash of steel that rang across the clearing like a bell. Theron was older, more experienced, his movements carrying the fluid grace of decades spent in battle. But Darren was younger, faster, driven by a fury that made him careless of his own safety. Blood flew. Whose, I couldn't tell. The watching crowd held its collective breath as the two most powerful wolves in the kingdom tried to kill each other with methodical precision. Each strike was meant to maim, to cripple, to end this conflict once and for all. Through our bond, I felt Theron's pain as Darren's silver blade found its mark, slicing across his ribs in a line of fire. But I also felt his resolve, unwavering as mountain stone. He would not yield. He would not show weakness before the woman he'd claimed as mate. "Stop." The word tore from my throat before I could stop it, carrying power that made every wolf in the clearing freeze. "Stop this madness." Father and son turned to look at me, both breathing hard, both bleeding from a dozen minor cuts. In their eyes, I saw the same thing, surprise that I would dare interrupt their sacred combat. "This ends now," I continued, stepping into the arena despite the gasps of the watching crowd. "Not with death, not with one of you falling while the other claims a hollow victory." "Arya, no." Theron's voice carried warning, fear for my safety threading through the bond between us. "The laws are clear. The laws are wrong." I moved to stand between them, my own power rising like silver flame around my skin. "There is another way, a better way." "What are you doing?" Prince Darren snarled, his blade still raised and ready. "This is no place for interfering witches." "I am no witch," I said quietly, and felt the truth of it settling into my bones. "I am something far older. something your petty human laws have no power over. Power exploded from me, silver light that painted the entire clearing in moon-bright radiance. The watching crowd cried out, some in fear, others in something approaching reverence. But my attention was fixed on the two men before me, king and prince, father and son, alpha and pretender. "Behold," I said, my voice carrying harmonics that belonged to prophecy, "the judgment of the moon goddess herself." The light around me began to take shape, not formless energy, but something with substance and intent. Wings of silver fire spread behind me, each feather gleaming with starlight. A crown of thorns and moonbeams settled on my brow, its weight both terrible and perfect. I was no longer just Arya, the healer's daughter. I was something divine, something that had been sleeping in my blood, waiting for the right moment to emerge. "The crown belongs to neither of you," I continued, my gaze moving between father and son. "It belongs to the one strong enough to claim it, wise enough to wield it, connected enough to the moon goddess's will to rule in her name." "You," Theron breathed, understanding dawning in his dark eyes. "It was always you." "It was always us," I corrected gently. "Not king and subject, but equals, partners in the truest sense, the darkness and the light, balanced as they were meant to be." I turned to Prince Darren, seeing the shock and fury warring in his storm-gray eyes. "Your father is not weak for choosing love over duty. He is wise, and you—" I let power flow through my voice, compelling truth. "You are not ready to rule anything, least of all a kingdom that requires both strength and compassion." "This is blasphemy," he whispered, but the fight had gone out of him. Whatever he saw when he looked at me now, it was not the rejected Omega girl he'd scorned. "You can't simply declare yourself." "I declare nothing," I interrupted. "I simply accept what the moon goddess has offered, what she planned from the moment she allowed your father to see me broken and bleeding in that throne room." I extended my hand to Theron, and he took it without hesitation. Power flowed between us, silver and gold, light and shadow, completing a circuit that had been building since our first touch. "Kneel," I said to Prince Darren, my voice carrying the absolute authority of divine mandate. "Kneel and accept the new order, or face the consequences of continued defiance." For a heartbeat, I thought he might refuse, might choose death over submission to the woman who'd taken everything he'd believed was his birthright. Then slowly, inevitably, Prince Darren sank to his knees. The old world was ending. The new world began with us. The prophecy spoke itself through me in words I'd never learned. When darkness calls to darkness, when light finds light, when the rejected becomes the crown and the crown becomes the heart, then shall the moon goddess walk among her children once more, bringing balance to what was broken. My voice carried across the corrupted clearing with resonances that made the very air sing. The silver wings behind me cast shadows that danced like living things, and the crown of thorns on my brow pulsed with each word as if keeping time with some cosmic heartbeat. Prince Darren remained on his knees, his proud head bowed before power he could no longer deny. But it was the watching crowd that truly understood what they were witnessing. Refugees from the Shadowmere pack fell to the ground in reverence, their weathered faces bright with tears of hope. Even Captain Marcus, pragmatic soldier that he was, had removed his helm and dropped to one knee. Only Theron remained standing beside me, his hand still clasped in mine, our bond blazing like a star between us. "The corruption ends now," I continued, raising our joined hands toward the twisted trees that surrounded us. "What was poisoned shall be cleansed, what was stolen shall be returned, what was broken shall be made whole." Power flowed out from us in waves, silver and gold light washing over the clearing like gentle fire. Where it touched the corrupted earth, normal grass began to sprout. Where it kissed the twisted trees, their silver-veined bark began to heal, returning to natural brown and green. The very air grew sweeter, the wrongness that had tainted this place melting away like frost before sunrise. But I felt something else stirring in the forest beyond, a presence both ancient and malevolent, the source of all this corruption. The dark sorcerer who had been using the trapped wolves to fuel their magic was moving, drawn by the display of divine power like a moth to flame. "Show yourself," I called, my voice carrying to every shadow between the trees. "Face the judgment you have earned." What emerged from the tree line was not what any of us expected. She had been beautiful once, tall and graceful, with silver hair that caught moonlight even in daylight. But centuries of dark magic had twisted her into something else. Her skin was pale as bone, marked with silver veins that pulsed with stolen power. Her eyes were voids that seemed to drink in light, and when she smiled her teeth were sharp as a wolf's. "Sister," she said, her voice carrying the music of wind through winter branches. "How lovely you've become. How complete." The words sent chills racing down my spine. She knew me. Somehow, impossibly, she knew exactly what I was becoming. "I am Morwen," she continued, gliding forward with predatory grace. "First daughter of the moon goddess, elder sister to the light, and you." Her void dark gaze fixed on me with hungry interest. "You are what I have been waiting for all these long centuries." "Another divine child," Theron said quietly, his grip on my hand tightening. Through our bond I felt his wariness, his protective instincts roaring to life. "But corrupted, fallen." "Not fallen," Morwen corrected with another sharp-toothed smile. "Evolved. Our mother's first attempt at balance. Too much light, not enough understanding of what mortals truly need. So I sought darker wisdom, deeper truths. I learned to take what I needed instead of hoping mortals would freely give." She gestured to the clearing around us, where my power was still working to heal the corruption she had spread. "All this was preparation, you see. The trapped wolves, their stolen bonds, fuel for the great working that would finally draw you from hiding." Horror crept up my spine as understanding dawned. "You created all this suffering just to find me? To awaken you," she said fondly, as if discussing a beloved pupil. "You were sleeping so deeply, sister mine, lost in mortal concerns, playing at being human. But power calls to power, and pain." Her smile widened. "Pain is the greatest teacher of all." "You're insane," Prince Darren said from where he knelt, his voice hoarse with shock. Morwen's gaze flicked to him dismissively. "The little prince speaks. Tell me, child, how does it feel to know your rejection was orchestrated? That every moment of pain your pretty sister endured was carefully planned to forge her into what she was meant to become?" The words hit like physical blows. I staggered, the implications crashing over me in waves, the mating ceremony, the rejection. Even my bond with Theron, how much of it had been real, and how much had been manipulation? "Don't listen to her," Theron said urgently, his other hand coming up to cup my cheek. "Whatever games she's played, whatever plans she's made, our bond is real. What we feel is real." "Is it?" Morwen asked with mock concern. "How can you be certain, when even the moon goddess's own daughter can be deceived? When love itself can be shaped and guided by those with the will to do so?" Doubt crept through me like poison, weakening the silver fire that surrounded us. What if she was right? What if every moment of joy, every surge of connection, every certainty I'd felt had been nothing but elaborate puppetry? "Choose, sister," Morwen continued, pressing her advantage. "Embrace what you truly are, not mortal, not bound by their petty concerns about love and loyalty. Join me, and we can reshape this world into something worthy of our mother's vision, something beautiful and terrible and perfect. And if I refuse?" Her smile turned sad, almost regretful. "Then I take what I need from your corpse, and your precious mate watches as I use your divine essence to complete the great working I began centuries ago." The threat hung in the air between us, absolute and terrible. Around the clearing, I could feel the stolen wolves she controlled stirring in their silver cages, ready to be turned against us. The guards who still stood upright shifted nervously, sensing the predatory tension that filled the space. But through all the doubt, all the fear and uncertainty, one thing remained constant: the warm weight of Theron's hand in mine. The steady pulse of our bond, unchanged and unshakable despite Morwen's poisonous words. Real or not, orchestrated or freely given, it was mine. We were ours. "I choose," I said, my voice growing stronger with each word, "to forge my own path, to write my own story, to love whom I will and damn the consequences." Power exploded from me, not the gentle silver light of before, but something far more primal, the divine fire that burned at the heart of creation itself, beautiful and terrible and absolutely uncompromising. "Then die beautifully, sister mine," Morwen said, raising her hands as dark magic swirled around her like a living storm. The final battle had begun, and only one of us would see another dawn. The battle between goddesses shattered the earth itself. Morwen's darkness met my fire in a collision that sent shockwaves rippling through the forest. Ancient trees, already twisted by her corruption, exploded into splinters. The very air screamed as divine powers that were never meant to meet in conflict tore at the fabric of reality. Through it all, Theron never let go of my hand. His mortal strength became my anchor as I wielded power that could have unmade mountains. His wolf sang in harmony with mine, creating a resonance that amplified everything I was and could become. Together, we were more than the sum of our parts, mortal and divine, unified in purpose. "You cannot win, sister." Morwen's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere as she became one with the shadows, striking from all directions at once. "I have fed on stolen bonds for centuries. I am gorged with power." Dark magic lashed out like living tentacles, seeking to tear me away from Theron, to isolate and weaken me. But each time her corruption touched the golden thread of our bond, it recoiled as if burned. Whatever else might have been orchestrated about our connection, this much was pure, untouchable by her manipulations. "You understand nothing," I replied, silver fire building around us in a protective sphere. "You feast on stolen love, parasitic and hollow. But this..." I lifted our joined hands, letting her see the way our power flowed between us like liquid starlight. "This is freely given, freely received. It cannot be taken or corrupted." Morwen materialized directly in front of us, her beautiful face twisted with centuries of bitterness. "Pretty words, but love fades, sister. Power endures." She struck with everything she had, a lance of pure void that should have torn through my defenses like paper. Instead, it met not just my power but Theron's as well, his mortal will and wolf strength amplifying my divine fire until it blazed bright enough to drive back the darkness. The collision sent us all flying. I hit the ground hard, silver wings scattered like broken glass, the crown of thorns cracking across my brow. Theron landed beside me, blood streaming from a dozen cuts, his mortal body pushed beyond its limits. Morwen rose gracefully, her form wavering between shadow and substance. Touching, but ultimately pointless. "He will age and die, sister. In a century, he'll be dust while you remain unchanged. Is that the love you're willing to destroy yourself for?" The words found their mark. Through our bond, I felt Theron's flash of pain, not physical, but emotional. The recognition that what she said was true. He was mortal. I was becoming something beyond mortal concerns. Eventually, inevitably, death would part us. "Don't," he said quietly, reading the doubt in my eyes. "Whatever you're thinking, don't. I chose this path knowing exactly what it meant. I choose it still." "But she's right," I whispered, my power flickering as certainty wavered. "You'll age, you'll die, and I'll be left. Then we make every moment count." His hand found my cheek, thumb brushing away blood and tears I hadn't realized I was shedding. "A lifetime with you is worth more than eternity without you." The simple truth of it hit me like revelation. This was what Morwen couldn't understand. That love wasn't about permanence or power. It was about choice. About choosing to give your heart knowing it might be broken. About finding meaning in connection despite its fragility. "You're wrong, sister," I said, power beginning to build again around us. "Love doesn't fade, it transforms. It becomes something larger than itself." I rose to my feet, pulling Theron with me, our bond blazing brighter than it ever had before. But this time, I didn't just draw on divine fire. I reached out to everyone in the clearing, to the refugees who'd lost their mates, to the guards who'd followed duty over safety, even to Prince Darren kneeling in the bloodied earth, to everyone who had ever loved and lost and chosen to love again anyway. "Behold," I said, my voice carrying to every corner of the corrupted forest, the true power of the moon goddess. Not dominion, but connection. Not conquest, but choice. Golden threads sprang into being, connecting heart to heart across the clearing. Every bond of love and friendship, every tie of loyalty and hope, blazed into visibility like a constellation made flesh. And at the center of it all, Theron and I stood together, the nexus through which all that light could flow. Morwen shrieked as the network of connections blazed brighter. Her stolen power no match for the freely given love of dozens of mortal hearts. She tried to flee, to dissolve back into shadow, but there was nowhere left to hide. The light found every dark corner, every twisted thought, every corrupted dream she'd harbored for centuries. "This is impossible," she gasped, her form beginning to crack like a broken mirror. "Power cannot be shared like this. It weakens. It multiplies," I corrected gently. "It grows stronger with every heart that chooses to give it freely." The end, when it came, was not violent but peaceful. Morwen's corruption simply dissolved, burned away by too much love to contain. Her true self emerged for just a moment, young and beautiful and terribly alone. The first daughter who'd never learned that power shared was power doubled. "Sister," she whispered, and then she was gone, returned to whatever realm awaited gods who'd forgotten how to love. In the silence that followed, I felt the changes rippling outward like stones dropped in still water. The trapped wolves stirred in their silver cages as their bonds to their mates were restored. The corruption that had tainted the southern territories began to heal, poison drawn out by the light we'd kindled. And in the center of it all, Theron and I stood hand in hand, forever changed, but still ourselves, still choosing each other despite every reason we shouldn't. Prince Darren rose slowly to his feet, his storm-gray eyes reflecting something like wonder. "Father," he said quietly, I was wrong about everything." Theron studied his son for a long moment, then nodded. "We all were, in our own ways. The question is what we do now." Darren's gaze moved to me, and for the first time since I'd entered the palace, I saw something other than contempt there. Respect, perhaps, or simply recognition of what I'd become. "My lady," he said, dropping into a formal bow, "my queen. I pledge my loyalty to the crown you'll share with my father, to the kingdom you'll build together." And in that moment, broken things began to heal. 6 months later, I stood on the balcony of the royal chambers, watching the sun set over a kingdom transformed. The corruption had been cleansed from the southern territories, the trapped wolves restored to their mates, and the dark magic that had poisoned the land banished like a nightmare before dawn. Where twisted trees had once grown, new forests flourished. Where silver-veined earth had cracked and bled, flowers bloomed in colors that had no names. The healing had taken time, patience, and more power than I'd known I possessed. But it was done. "Admiring your handiwork?" Theron's voice came from behind me, warm with affection and something deeper, the bone-deep contentment of a man who had found his perfect match. I leaned back against his chest as his arms came around me, feeling the steady beat of his heart through the silk of my gown. "Our handiwork," I corrected. "I couldn't have done any of it without you." His lips found the mark on my throat, pressing a soft kiss there that sent familiar fire racing through my veins. The coronation went well, I thought. It had indeed. The great hall had been packed with representatives from every pack in the kingdom, all come to witness the unprecedented ceremony. Not a queen consort being crowned beside her king, but true co-rulers sharing power as equals. The moon goddess herself had blessed the ritual, her silver light filling the cathedral as matching crowns settled on our heads. Darren looked happy, I observed, thinking of the prince who had finally found his own path. Away from the shadow of his father's crown, he'd discovered a gift for diplomacy that made him invaluable as an ambassador. More importantly, he'd found his true mate, a fierce beta female from the mountain packs who challenged him at every turn and made him laugh like a boy again. "He's where he needs to be," Theron agreed. "As are we all." As if summoned by our conversation, a knock came at the chamber door. "Enter," Theron called, though his arms didn't loosen their hold on me. Captain Marcus stepped inside, bowing deeply. "Your Majesties, the evening reports." "How many tonight?" I asked, already knowing the answer from the smile playing at the corners of his weathered mouth. 17 new mating bonds across the kingdom, he reported, including 3 among the refugee families. The healers say it's unprecedented. The moon goddess has been unusually generous with her blessings. I exchanged a glance with Theron, both of us knowing the real reason. Our own bond had become a beacon, its power rippling outward to touch other hearts, other wolves seeking their perfect matches. Love, it seemed, was indeed contagious when given freely. "Anything else?" Theron asked. "The delegation from the Eastern Kingdoms requests an audience next week. It seems word of the Alpha Queen has spread, and they're curious about the new order." I couldn't help but smile at that. 6 months ago, I'd been nobody. a rejected Omega grateful for royal charity. Now I was being courted by foreign powers eager to understand how a healer's daughter had become the co-ruler of one of the most powerful kingdoms in the known world. Schedule them for Wednesday, I decided. And Marcus, make sure they understand this is a diplomatic visit. I'm not interested in testing my power against theirs. Of course, Your Majesty. He bowed again and withdrew, leaving us alone with the gathering night. Regrets? Theron asked quietly, his breath warm against my ear. I considered the question seriously. Did I regret the pain of rejection that had brought me here? The loss of my simple life as a healer's daughter? The weight of responsibility that came with divine power and a crown? None, I said, and meant it completely. Every moment of pain led me to you. Every choice brought us to this. He turned me in his arms so we faced each other, his dark eyes soft with the love that had transformed us both. Even knowing what we know now, that Morwen may have guided some of our early steps. It was a question we'd wrestled with in the months since her defeat. How much of our connection had been genuine, and how much had been manipulation? In the end, we'd decided it didn't matter. Whatever seeds she might have planted, what had grown between us was entirely our own. Especially knowing that, I said firmly, she may have orchestrated the meeting, but she couldn't manufacture what we feel. This, I placed my hand over his heart, feeling its steady rhythm. This is ours. Real and chosen and freely given. His smile was the same one that had first made my heart race in a moonlit garden, dark and beautiful and full of promise. My queen, he said, his voice rough with emotion. My king, I replied, rising on my toes to meet his kiss. Outside our windows, the kingdom settled into peaceful sleep. In the great hall below, new bonds sparked to life between lonely hearts. In the southern territories, forests grew tall and straight toward a sky clear of corruption. And here, in this chamber that had become the heart of a new kind of rule, we held each other close and marveled at the love that had saved a kingdom and remade the world. Later, much later, when we lay tangled in silk sheets and silver moonlight, Theron traced lazy patterns on my bare shoulder with one finger. Do you ever wonder what Darren would have been like if he'd accepted the bond instead of rejecting it? I considered this, watching the play of shadow and light across his face. Safe, I said finally. Conventional. A good king, probably, but not a great one. Not someone who would have challenged me to become more than I was. And me? His voice carried just the faintest hint of vulnerability. What am I? I shifted to look at him properly, this man who had chosen me over duty, over propriety, over the easy path his son had represented. You're the darkness I never knew I needed, I said softly, the balance to my light, the one who saw a broken girl and chose to love her anyway. Not broken, he corrected, pressing a kiss to my temple. Forged, tempered into something strong enough to stand beside a king. No, I said, smiling as I settled against his chest. Strong enough to rule beside one. The mark on my throat pulsed with warmth, our bond humming with perfect contentment. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. It always did. Foreign delegations and political intrigues, the endless work of building a kingdom founded on love rather than fear. But tonight, we had each other. We had the love we'd chosen, and fought for and claimed against all odds. Let the world call it forbidden. He was mine, the moment he looked back. Let the next chapter lull you into a dream of dangerous promises, whispered secrets, and love that defies fate. The town hadn't changed, but Mina had hoped it would lie to her anyway. She pulled her car into the gravel driveway of the rental cottage, hands trembling against the steering wheel. 12 months. 365 days since she'd driven Zaimru in reverse, tears streaming down her face. Luca's empty apartment growing smaller in her rearview mirror. She'd sworn then that she'd never come back. But grief had a way of making liars of them all. The cottage sat at the edge of Millbrook like a forgotten secret, surrounded by pine trees that whispered secrets she didn't want to hear. Her mother had found it online. Perfect for your writing retreat, honey. Not knowing that Mina hadn't written a single word since that October night when she'd knocked on Luca's door and found nothing but silence. She cut the engine and sat in the sudden quiet. Through the windshield, the forest pressed close, dark and patient. Somewhere in those trees, she'd kissed him for the first time. Somewhere in there, he'd told her he loved her. And somewhere in there, she'd lost him completely. Stop. She pressed her palms against her eyes. He left. He chose to leave. You're here to heal, not to bleed all over again. The cottage key was under the third flower pot, just as promised. Inside, everything smelled like lavender and loneliness. She dropped her bags by the door and walked to the kitchen window that faced the woods. The glass was old and warped, turning the tree line into something liquid and strange. That's when she saw him. A figure standing between two massive oaks, too far to make out clearly but close enough that her heart stopped beating for 3 full seconds. Tall, broad shoulders, the particular way of holding himself that she'd memorized in the dark. Luca? The word fell from her lips like a prayer. She blinked, and he was gone. Mina pressed her face to the glass, searching the shadows between the trees. Nothing, just pine boughs swaying in the evening breeze and the fading light that made everything look like ghosts. You're losing your mind. She stepped back from the window, wrapping her arms around herself. He's not here. He's probably 1,000 miles away with some other girl, living some other life, pretending you never existed. But her skin prickled with awareness, the same electric sensation she used to feel when he'd watch her from across a crowded room. The same pull that had drawn her to him from the very first day, like recognizing, like soul calling to soul. She'd felt it the moment she'd crossed the town line that afternoon. Night fell quickly in the mountains, and with it came sounds she'd forgotten. The rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, the distant call of an owl. And underneath it all, something else. Something that made her pulse quicken and her breath catch. A howl, low and mournful, drifting through the darkness like smoke. Mina stood at the kitchen window until her reflection became clearer than the woods beyond. When she finally turned away, she could have sworn she felt eyes watching her from the trees. The wolf was never really gone. It was just waiting for me to come home. Mina woke to the sound of wood splintering. She lay still in the unfamiliar bed, heart hammering as she strained to listen. The cottage creaked and settled around her, but underneath those normal sounds was something else. A rhythmic scraping, like claws against timber. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was coming from the front door. She slipped from bed and crept through the dark hallway, bare feet silent on the cold hardwood. Through the peephole, she saw nothing but empty porch and swaying trees. But when she opened the door, her breath caught. 4 parallel gouges ran down the wooden frame, too deep and too deliberate to be accidental. The marks were fresh, splinters of wood scattered on the porch like fallen teeth. She traced one with her fingertip and came away with pine resin that smelled of something wild. Animals don't scratch at doors like this. She stepped back, scanning the tree line. Animals don't stand on 2 legs and watch from the woods. The next morning brought coffee that tasted like ash and a phone call to the property manager. Claw marks? Janet's voice crackled through the connection. Honey, we haven't had bears in those parts for decades. Probably just woodpeckers. They can do a number on soft pine. But Mina had seen woodpecker damage before. This was something else entirely. She spent the day trying to write, trying to lose herself in the story she'd been avoiding for a year. But every time she looked up from her laptop, her eyes drifted to the window, to the woods, to the spaces between the trees where shadows gathered like secrets. That afternoon, she found the mud. Dark prints tracked across her small balcony, roughly the size of human feet, but wrong somehow. Too wide. Toes that ended in points rather than rounded edges. They started at the railing and led to the sliding glass door, where they stopped, as if something had stood there, watching, waiting. Mina knelt beside the clearest print, her pulse quickening. The mud was still damp despite the afternoon sun, and when she leaned closer, she caught a scent that made her stomach flip. Pine and rain and something else. Something that made her think of warm skin and whispered promises in the dark. Luca. She knew that scent the way other people knew their own names. She'd breathed it in countless nights, face buried in his neck while he held her close. She'd memorized it during those early weeks when everything was new and desperate and full of possibility. But that was impossible. He was gone, had been gone for a year, had left without a word, without an explanation, without even the courtesy of a lie. The howling started again that night, closer this time. Not the distant call she'd heard the night before, but something that seemed to circle the cottage like a question she wasn't ready to answer. Mina stood at the bedroom window, curtains pulled back, searching the darkness for movement. There, between two pine trees, a flash of something pale, gone before she could focus on it, and then carried on the night wind, a sound that made her blood freeze. Her name, soft as a whisper, rough as gravel, spoken in a voice she'd know anywhere, even distorted by distance and darkness. Mina. She pressed her palm against the glass, breath fogging the window. Luca? But the night gave her nothing back except the wind through the pines and the wild beating of her own heart. When morning came, she found a single black feather on her doorstep and knew with terrible certainty that she wasn't going crazy. Something was hunting her, and it knew exactly who she was. The trail started where the feather had been. Mina hadn't planned to follow it. She told herself she was just taking a walk, just getting some air, just trying to convince her racing mind that she was safe and sane and not slowly unraveling at the edges. But her feet had carried her past the cottage boundary, past the rusted mailbox that marked the property line, and into the woods that had always felt more like home than any house ever had. The path was barely visible, disturbed pine needles, a broken branch here and there, the faintest impression in the soft earth where something heavy had passed. Something that moved on two legs, but left tracks that weren't quite human. She should have turned back, should have locked herself in the cottage and called someone, anyone, to come collect her and drive her back to the city, where supernatural things stayed safely between book covers. Instead, she pressed deeper into the trees, following instincts she didn't understand and couldn't ignore. The forest grew quiet around her. No birdsong, no rustle of small creatures in the underbrush. Just her own breathing and the soft crunch of pine needles under her boots. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. That's when she heard it. A sound like nothing she'd ever heard before. Part growl, part sob, all agony. It came from somewhere ahead, through a thick stand of birch trees that formed a natural barrier. Mina pushed through the white trunks, branches catching at her hair and jacket, and stumbled into a small clearing, and froze. A man knelt in the center of the space, back to her, shoulders heaving with each labored breath. Dark hair fell across his face, and his skin, what she could see of it, was streaked with dirt and something darker. Blood, fresh enough that she could smell the copper tang of it mixing with pine and earth. He was half naked, jeans torn and hanging low on his hips, and even from behind she could see the network of cuts across his shoulders and arms. Some were shallow scratches. Others gaped like mouths. "Jesus," she whispered, stepping forward. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" The man went perfectly still. Slowly, so slowly it felt like watching a predator decide whether to flee or attack, he turned his head. Dark eyes met hers through the curtain of his hair, and Mina's world tilted sideways. Luca. His name fell from her lips like a stone into still water, sending ripples through everything she thought she knew. He was here. Real. Bleeding in a forest clearing like something out of a fever dream. But wrong. Everything about him was wrong. His face was sharper than she remembered. All harsh angles and hollow cheeks, his eyes were the same dark brown but brighter somehow, catching the filtered sunlight like a cat's. And when he opened his mouth, whether to speak or just to breathe, she couldn't tell. She caught a glimpse of teeth that seemed too white, too sharp. "You shouldn't be here." His voice was rougher than she remembered, scraped raw like he'd been screaming or howling. "You need to leave. Now." Instead, she took another step forward. "You're hurt. Let me." "No." The word came out as a growl, and something wild flickered behind his eyes. Don't come any closer." But she was already moving. Instinct overriding fear. Love overriding logic. This was Luca. Her Luca. The man who'd held her through thunderstorms and made her coffee exactly the way she liked it, and disappeared one night without explanation, leaving her heart in pieces. She reached for him, fingers almost touching the curve of his shoulder. He lunged backward with inhuman speed, a sound ripping from his throat that belonged to no human chest. For one impossible moment, She could have sworn she saw something else overlay his familiar features. Something with golden eyes and bared fangs and a hunger that made her soul recognize danger even as her heart refused to believe it. "Stay away from me," he snarled, and there was such pain in his voice that it cut her deeper than any blade. I can't." He was gone before she could blink. One moment crouched in the clearing like a wounded animal, the next vanished between the trees as if he'd never been there at all. Mina stood alone in the sudden silence, hands still extended toward empty air. The only proof he'd been real was the blood on the pine needles and the scent that lingered in the clearing, wild and familiar, and wrong. Ghosts don't bleed, but the man I love isn't human anymore. 3 days passed in a haze of sleepless nights and untouched meals. Mina wandered the cottage like a ghost herself, coffee growing cold in forgotten cups while she replayed those impossible moments in the clearing. The way Luca had moved, the sound he'd made, the wild thing she'd seen looking out through his eyes before he'd vanished like smoke. She'd searched the woods twice more, following every trail, checking every clearing. Nothing, as if the forest had swallowed him whole, leaving her to wonder if she'd finally lost her grip on reality. But the blood on the pine needles had been real. The gouges on her door were real. And the way her skin prickled with awareness every time she looked toward the trees, that was real too. The knock came at sunset, soft and hesitant. Mina froze at the kitchen sink, dish soap dripping from her hands. 3 taps, a pause, then 2 more. The same pattern Luca used to use when he'd show up at her apartment, unannounced, usually with takeout, and that crooked smile that made her forget to be annoyed. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she dried her hands on a dish towel. It's not him. It can't be him. He ran from you in the woods like you were poison, but her feet carried her to the door anyway, and when she looked through the peephole, her breath caught. He stood on her porch like an offering to whatever gods governed second chances. Clean clothes this time, dark jeans and a flannel shirt that brought out the gold flecks in his eyes. His hair was damp like he'd just showered, but there was something untamed about him still, something that made her think of barely leashed lightning. She opened the door before she could talk herself out of it. "Hi." The word came out smaller than she'd intended. "Hi." He didn't smile, didn't step closer, just stood there studying her face like he was memorizing it. "Can I come in?" Every rational thought in her head screamed no. This was the man who'd vanished from her life without warning, who'd let her believe he might be dead for a year, who'd growled at her in a forest clearing with teeth that belonged in nightmares. "Yes," she said, and stepped aside. He moved past her carefully like he was afraid of accidental contact. The scent that clung to him was different now, still pine and rain, but underneath was something wilder. Something that made her pulse quicken in ways that had nothing to do with fear. "You look good," he said softly, hands shoved deep in his pockets. "Different, but good." "Different how?" A muscle ticked in his jaw. "Stronger, like you survived something that should have broken you." "I survived losing you." But she didn't say it. Instead, she studied the sharp lines of his face, the way he held himself like he was ready to bolt at any second. "You look different too." "Yeah." His laugh held no humor. "I bet I do." They stood in her small living room like strangers, the weight of everything unsaid pressing down between them. Finally, Mina couldn't stand it anymore. "Why did you leave?" The question hung in the air like smoke. Luca closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, something raw and desperate had taken residence there. "Because I thought it would save you." "Save me from what?" "From me." He ran a hand through his hair, the gesture so familiar it made her chest ache. "From what I was becoming. From what I am now." "Which is what exactly?" She stepped closer, ignoring the way he tensed. "What are you, Luca?" Because the man in the woods wasn't entirely human. The words came out flat, matter-of-fact, like he was discussing the weather. "And neither am I. Not anymore." Silence stretched between them, broken only by the tick of the old clock on the mantel. Mina felt the pieces of the last year rearranging themselves in her mind, forming a picture she wasn't ready to see. "The howling at night," she said slowly. "The claw marks on my door. The way you moved in the clearing like you were... like I was something else." He nodded, jaw tight. "Because I was. Because I am." She should run, should call someone, should do anything except what she actually did, which was close the distance between them until she could see the flecks of gold swimming in his dark eyes. "Show me, Mina. Show me," she repeated, reaching for his hand. "Whatever you are, whatever you've become, I need to see." He caught her wrist before she could touch him, fingers gentle but unbreakable around her pulse point. "You don't understand. I came here to say goodbye, to tell you why I left and why I can't stay. I shouldn't have come back at all." "But you did come back." She could feel her heart beating against his fingertips. "Why?" His eyes closed again, and when they opened, she saw the exact moment he stopped fighting whatever lived inside him. "Because even as a monster," he said quietly, "I couldn't stay away from you." The truth was a living thing between them now, wild and dangerous and impossible to ignore. Luca was gone by morning. Mina woke to an empty cottage and the lingering scent of pine on her pillows, as if he'd been a dream she'd breathed in during sleep. But the indentation on her couch cushions was real. And so was the way her skin still hummed from the almost touch of his fingers around her wrist. "Because even as a monster, I couldn't stay away from you." The words echoed in her head as she made coffee with shaking hands. He'd said them like a confession, like an apology, like a promise all rolled into one. And then he'd left before she could ask what they meant. But monsters weren't real. Werewolves were fairy tales, stories to frighten children and sell movie tickets. There had to be another explanation for the changes in him, for the wildness in his eyes, for the way he'd moved through the forest like gravity was just a suggestion. The Millbrook Public Library was a relic from another century, all dark wood and dusty silence. Henderson, the librarian who'd terrorized Mina through countless childhood visits, peered over wire-rimmed glasses with the same disapproving expression she'd worn 20 years ago. "Local history section is upstairs," she said without being asked, as if she could smell research desperation from across the room. "Don't disturb the archives." The history section was smaller than Mina remembered, tucked into a corner under slanted windows that barely let in the gray afternoon light. She pulled books at random, county records, settlement documents, collections of regional folklore, and spread them across a scarred wooden table. Most of it was standard small-town mythology. Ghost sightings, mysterious lights in the forest, claims of buried treasure and cursed land. But as the afternoon wore on, a pattern began to emerge, references to the old bloodlines. Families who'd lived in the mountains for generations, isolated and insular. Stories of children born during eclipses who grew up wild and strange. Men who disappeared into the forests during times of grief or rage and were never seen again, or came back different. In a leather-bound journal from 1847, she found an entry that made her pulse quicken. "The Rossetti boy has been missing 3 days now. Samuel claims he saw him by Miller's Creek, but what Samuel described wasn't entirely human. The townspeople talk of fever dreams, but I know what lives in these mountains." Some bloodlines carry more than just DNA. They carry curses that sleep until awakened by trauma. God help us all if the old ways are returning. Rossetti. Luca's mother had been a Rossetti before she married. Mina's hands trembled as she turned the page, finding more references scattered through the decades. Whispers of families who could shift with the moon. Children found in the woods after disappearing for days, claiming they'd run with wolves. Men and women who aged slowly, healed fast, and vanished when the wildness became too much to contain. But it was the newspaper clipping tucked between 2 pages that stopped her cold. Yellowed and brittle, dated just 18 months ago. Local man missing after hiking accident. Lucas Moretti, 28, was reported missing after failing to return from a solo hiking trip in the Cascade Range. Search and rescue efforts were suspended after 2 weeks when no trace could be found. Moretti was last seen at the Riverside Trail parking area. His girlfriend, Mina Chen, could not be reached for comment. Below the text was a photo she recognized, Luca's driver's license picture, all sharp cheekbones and serious eyes. But someone had circled his face in red ink and written in the margin, "They always come back different." Find what you were looking for? Mina spun around, heart hammering. Henderson stood in the narrow aisle between the stacks, arms crossed, expression unreadable. I'm just researching local history, Mina said carefully. The older woman stepped closer, glancing down at the open journal. The Rossetti curse. Haven't seen anyone looking into that particular family tree for a long time. Curse? Mrs. Henderson's smile was thin as paper. Some bloodlines carry gifts, dear. Others carry burdens. The Rossettis have always walked the line between human and something else. Usually, the something else wins. A chill ran down Mina's spine. What do you mean? I mean silver doesn't lie. Mrs. Henderson pulled a small chain from beneath her collar, an intricate pendant that caught the weak afternoon light. Been wearing this for 60 years. My grandmother gave it to me and her grandmother gave it to her. Protection, she called it. From the old families, from the ones who forgot how to stay human. Mina stared at the pendant, recognition tickling the edge of her memory. I think Lucas Moretti went into those mountains as a man and came back as something else. And I think you'd be wise to remember that some loves are strong enough to survive transformation, but not all transformations are survivable. That evening, as shadows grew long across the cottage floor, Mina sat by her window and watched the tree line. The journal entries played through her mind like fragments of a song she'd heard before, but never understood. Old bloodlines, trauma-triggered shifts, men who disappeared and returned different. A howl drifted through the darkness, closer than ever before, mournful and wild and achingly familiar. Somewhere in the forest, Luca was calling her name in a language older than words. The curse in his blood was real, but so was the pull between them, and that might be the most dangerous magic of all. The abandoned mill squatted by the creek like a broken promise, its windows dark and empty as dead eyes. Mina had been walking for hours, following the sound of running water and the persistent feeling that she was being led somewhere specific. The howling had stopped just after midnight, but the restless energy under her skin hadn't faded. She pushed through the rusted door and stepped into shadows that smelled of rotting wood and old rain. Moonlight slanted through holes in the roof, turning dust motes into silver dancers, and there, sitting on the edge of what had once been the mill wheel platform, was the man she'd been searching for. I wondered when you'd find this place, Luca said without turning around. His voice echoed strangely in the empty space. I wasn't looking for it. She moved closer, boots silent on the warped floorboards. I was looking for you. Same thing. He finally looked at her, and she saw exhaustion written in the lines around his eyes. This is where it happened, where everything changed. Mina settled beside him on the platform, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his skin but not quite touching. Tell me. He was quiet for so long she thought he might not answer. Then, slowly, he began to speak. That hiking trip, the one where I supposedly went missing. His laugh was bitter as winter wind. I came here instead, to think, to figure out what I was going to say to you about the job offer in Seattle. About whether I should ask you to come with me or let you go. She remembered that week, the way he'd been distant and distracted, like he was fighting some internal battle she couldn't see. She'd assumed he was pulling away from her. She'd never imagined he was trying to figure out how to hold on. I was sitting right here when it found me. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a jagged scar that ran from his wrist to his elbow, white against his tanned skin, too precise to be accidental. Biggest wolf I'd ever seen, silver gray fur, eyes like winter. It came out of nowhere. Mina's throat went dry. It bit you, bit me, clawed me, should have killed me. He traced the scar with one finger, the gesture almost tender. Instead, it looked at me like it knew me, like it had been waiting for me my whole life, and then it just walked away. What happened then? I bled. A lot. More than I should have survived. He pulled his shirt over his head in one smooth motion, and Mina's breath caught. She'd seen his chest 100 times before, had memorized every line and angle. But now, running from his collarbone to just above his heart, was another scar. This one shaped like a crescent moon. I woke up 3 days later in a hospital bed with no memory of how I'd gotten there. The doctors said a hiker had found me, but they couldn't explain why my injuries had healed so completely, or why my blood work showed things that weren't quite human. Mina reached out without thinking, fingertips tracing the moon-shaped mark. His skin was fever-hot under her touch, and she felt him shiver despite the warmth. The changes started that night, he continued, voice rougher now. Stronger, faster. I could hear your heartbeat from 3 rooms away, could smell your shampoo on the wind. And the anger, God, Mina, the rage that would come over me. I was terrified I'd hurt you. So you left. So I ran. His hand covered hers, pressing her palm flat against the scar. I thought if I could get far enough away, if I could figure out how to control it, I could come back to you whole. Human. But you couldn't. The first full moon, I shifted. The words came out in a rush, like he'd been holding them in for too long. Completely. Bones breaking and reforming, muscles tearing and healing, consciousness slipping away until there was nothing left but instinct and hunger. When I came back to myself, I was 50 miles from where I'd started, naked and covered in blood that wasn't mine. Mina's heart hammered against her ribs, but she didn't pull away. You killed something. Deer, rabbit, things that couldn't defend themselves. Shame colored his voice dark. I told myself it was just animal instinct, that I could learn to control it, but each month it got harder to come back, harder to remember why I should. What changed? He looked at her then, really looked, and she saw the exact moment he stopped hiding. You came back. The wolf in me, it could smell you the second you crossed the town line. And every instinct I'd been fighting for a year suddenly had a single, overwhelming focus. Which was, find you, claim you, keep you. His thumb brushed across her knuckles, the touch gentle despite the wildness in his eyes. I've been circling this cottage for days, fighting the urge to break down your door and make you understand that you're mine, that you've always been mine. The air between them felt charged, electric with possibility and danger. Mina knew she should be afraid, knew she should run from this man who claimed to be something out of mythology, who spoke of claiming and keeping like she was prey to be hunted. Instead, she leaned closer. Show me, she whispered. His eyes went wide. Mina, you keep telling me what you are. Show me. For a heartbeat, he didn't move. Then his eyes began to change, dark brown bleeding to molten gold, pupils elongating until they caught the moonlight like a cat's. His canine teeth lengthened, just enough to be visible, and when he breathed, she heard something that was almost a growl. This is what I am now, he said, voice deeper, rougher. This is what I was trying to protect you from. She should have been terrified. Instead, she felt something deep in her chest unfurl like wings. You're beautiful, she breathed, and watched his careful control shatter completely. The monster he'd become was exactly what she'd been missing. Wild and dangerous and utterly, completely hers. The kiss was inevitable as gravity. Luca's control snapped the moment the words left her lips, and suddenly she was pressed back against the rough wooden wall of the mill, his mouth hot and desperate against hers. He tasted like pine and rain and something wilder, something that made her blood sing with recognition. Mina. Her name was a growl against her lips, and she could feel the sharp points of his elongated canines when she deepened the kiss. You don't understand what you're doing. I understand perfectly. She fisted her hands in his shirt, pulling him closer. I understand that I've been half dead for a year, and you're the only thing that makes me feel alive. His golden eyes searched her face in the moonlight. If we do this, if I let myself have you, there's no going back. The wolf doesn't understand temporary. It doesn't understand letting go. Good, she whispered and felt him shudder against her. I'm tired of letting go. What followed was not gentle. A year of separation, of grief and longing and desperate love poured out between them in hands that shook and mouths that couldn't get enough. He lifted her easily, setting her on the edge of the platform so they were eye to eye, and she wrapped her legs around his waist like she could hold him to her through will alone. Tell me what happened to you after I left, he murmured against her throat, lips brushing the rapid flutter of her pulse. Tell me you're okay. She wasn't okay. Hadn't been okay since the night she'd found his apartment empty, since the weeks of unanswered calls and the slow, terrible realization that he wasn't coming back. But with his hands on her skin and his scent surrounding her like a promise, she felt the broken pieces of herself starting to remember how to fit together. I survived, she said simply. I learned to live without you, but I never learned to stop loving you. The sound he made was part relief, part agony. I dreamed about you every night, even when the wolf was strongest, even when I could barely remember my own name. I remembered yours. His hands mapped the changes in her body, the weight she'd lost and the muscles she'd gained, the way she held herself differently now. Stronger, like Mrs. Henderson had said, like she'd been forged in fire and come out tempered steel. "You're different," he whispered, and there was something like awe in his voice. "So are you." She traced the crescent scar on his chest, feeling his heart race under her palm. "But you're still mine. Always." The word came out rough, final. "Even when I thought I was protecting you by staying away, I was always yours." They left the mill sometime before dawn, walking back through the forest hand in hand like teenagers sneaking home after curfew. The woods felt different now, not threatening but welcoming, like they'd been given permission to exist in this wild space between human and something else. At her cottage door, Luca hesitated. "I should go," he said, but he made no move to release her hand. "Let you think about what this means, what I am." "Where will you go?" "There's a cabin about 5 miles north. It belonged to my great-uncle. He left it to me when he died, though I never understood why until now." His mouth quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile. Apparently isolation runs in the family. She wanted to ask him to stay. Wanted to pull him inside and lose herself in the heat of his skin and the wild gold of his eyes. But something in his expression told her he needed the space, needed time to wrestle with whatever was happening inside him. "Will you come back?" "Try to keep me away." He lifted their joined hands and pressed her knuckles to his lips. "But Mina, the full moon is in 3 days. I won't be safe to be around. The wolf, it's different when the moon is full, stronger, hungrier." "Hungrier how?" His eyes went dark. "For you, only for you. And I don't know if I'm strong enough to resist that kind of hunger." She should have been afraid. Should have told him to stay away, to keep his dangerous desires far from her quiet cottage and her carefully rebuilt life. Instead, she found herself stepping closer. "Maybe I don't want you to resist." The words hung between them like a challenge, and she watched his pupils dilate until only a thin ring of gold remained. For a moment, she thought he might break, might push her back against the door and show her exactly what kind of hunger he was talking about. Instead, he released her hand and stepped back. 3 days, he said quietly. "Give me 3 days to figure out how to keep you safe from what I become." She watched him disappear into the tree line, moving with that inhuman grace that should have terrified her. Only when the forest had swallowed him completely did she realize her hands were shaking. Not with fear, with anticipation. 3 days to prepare for a love that might devour them both. And she'd never wanted anything more. The howling started at sunset. Mina had spent 3 days in a haze of restless energy, unable to write, unable to eat, unable to think about anything except golden eyes and the promise of hunger. She'd walked the forest paths until she knew them by heart, always circling back to the cottage like a satellite trapped in orbit. Tonight felt different, electric. The air itself seemed to vibrate with potential, and when she looked up through the kitchen window, she understood why. The moon hung fat and silver above the tree line, so full it seemed ready to burst. And somewhere in the darkness, Luca was fighting a battle she couldn't help him win. The howl came again, closer now. Pain and longing, and something wilder woven together in a sound that made her bones ache with recognition. She knew that voice, had heard it whisper her name in the dark, had felt it rumble against her throat 3 nights ago in the mill. But this was different. This was the sound of something breaking apart and being reborn. She was moving before she made the conscious decision, pulling on boots and grabbing a flashlight from the kitchen drawer. The smart thing would be to stay inside, to lock the doors and wait for dawn. But love had never been smart, and the pull she felt toward the forest was stronger than fear. The trail was easier to follow in the moonlight than it had been during the day. Broken branches, disturbed earth, and underneath it all a scent that made her pulse quicken, pine and rain, and something that belonged to no human body. She followed it deeper into the woods, past the mill, past the creek, into parts of the forest she'd never explored. The howling stopped abruptly, leaving a silence so complete it felt like the world holding its breath. That's when she saw the light. A warm glow filtered through the trees ahead, steady and welcoming. She pushed through a stand of birch trees and found herself at the edge of a clearing she hadn't known existed. A small cabin sat in the center, windows golden with lamplight, smoke curling from the chimney like a gray prayer. This had to be the place Luca had mentioned, his great-uncle's cabin, his sanctuary. The door was ajar. Mina approached slowly, every instinct screaming that she was walking into something she couldn't understand or control. But the pull was stronger than caution, and when she reached the threshold, she couldn't bring herself to knock. "Luca?" Her voice barely carried above a whisper. A sound came from inside, part groan, part growl, entirely pain. She pushed the door open and stepped into warmth that smelled of wood smoke and something wilder. The cabin was a single room, furnished with the bare necessities. A bed in one corner, a kitchenette along the far wall, a stone fireplace that cast dancing shadows across rough wooden floors. And in the center of it all, on his knees beside the bed, was Luca. But not Luca as she'd ever seen him. His body convulsed, muscles rippling under skin that seemed too tight to contain him. His back arched, and she heard the distinct sound of bones creaking, shifting, reforming. When he raised his head, his face was a map of agony, features blurring and reshaping, human and something else fighting for dominance. "No," the word ripped from his throat, barely recognizable. "Go, please." She should have listened, should have run back through the forest and locked herself in the cottage until whatever was happening here finished playing out. Instead, she dropped to her knees beside him. "I'm here," she said quietly, not touching but close enough that he could feel her presence. "I'm not going anywhere." "Can't control." His voice was fracturing, vowels stretching into sounds no human throat should make. Dangerous. As she watched, his spine curved impossibly, vertebrae popping like gunshots. His fingers lengthened, nails becoming claws that scraped against the wooden floor. Dark hair sprouted along his arms, his shoulders, the line of his jaw. But his eyes remained fixed on her face, golden now and wild but still achingly familiar. "Look at me," she whispered when he tried to turn away. "Whatever happens, look at me." The transformation accelerated. His body expanded, muscles bulging and reshaping as his frame took on proportions that were no longer human. When he opened his mouth to scream, she saw fangs that could tear through steel. And then, between one heartbeat and the next, it was over. The thing kneeling on the cabin floor was massive, easily twice the size of any natural wolf. Its fur was dark silver, touched with black along the ears and muzzle. Eyes like molten gold tracked her every movement, intelligent and alien and heartbreakingly familiar. It should have terrified her. This creature that had been Luca, this predator that could end her life with one casual swipe of its claws. Instead, she felt something deep in her chest unfurl like recognition. "Beautiful," she breathed and watched those golden eyes widen in surprise. Slowly, carefully, she extended her hand toward the massive head. The wolf went perfectly still, nostrils flaring as it caught her scent. For a moment she thought it might bolt, might disappear into the forest, and leave her with nothing but the memory of transformation. Instead, it leaned forward and pressed its muzzle into her palm. The fur was softer than she'd expected, thick and warm against her skin. She could feel the power in the creature, the coiled strength that could destroy or protect depending on its whim. But underneath the alien wildness, she could still sense him. Luca, her Luca, looking out through golden eyes with an expression she recognized as wonder. "There you are," she whispered, and the wolf made a sound that was almost a whimper. He settled onto the floor beside her, massive head coming to rest in her lap. She ran her fingers through silver fur and felt his heartbeat, strong and steady against her thigh. This close, she could see the intelligence behind those inhuman eyes, the recognition that said he knew exactly who she was. "My beautiful monster," she murmured, and felt him shudder beneath her touch. The wolf bowed to her touch, and she finally understood that some loves were strong enough to bridge the gap between human and wild. Dawn came soft and gray, filtering through the cabin windows like whispered secrets. Mina woke to silence and the scent of pine. her back against the rough wooden wall where she dozed sometime in the early hours. Her neck ached from the awkward angle, but the discomfort faded when she saw what waited for her. Luca lay on his side near the dying fire, human again, naked except for the quilt she must have pulled over him while half asleep. His dark hair fell across his face, and in the pale morning light, he looked younger somehow, vulnerable in a way that made her chest tight with protectiveness. But something was different. Wrong. She could feel him. Not just his presence in the room, not just the familiar comfort of having him near. She could feel his heartbeat as clearly as her own, a steady rhythm that seemed to pulse just beneath her skin. When he shifted in sleep, she felt the ghost of movement in her own muscles. When his breathing changed, hers matched it automatically. "What did you do to me?" The thought formed without conscious direction, and she watched his eyes snap open in response. Golden eyes that went wide with something like horror when they met hers. "No." He sat up abruptly, quilt falling away, and she saw the exact moment realization hit him. "Oh God, Mina, I'm so sorry. I never meant. I didn't know." "What?" She pushed herself up from the wall, suddenly very aware of the strange humming sensation under her skin. "What's wrong?" Instead of answering, he reached for her with shaking hands, fingers ghosting along the curve of her shoulder. When he found what he was looking for, his face went ashen. "Look." His voice was barely a whisper. Mina followed his gaze to her reflection in the dark window. There, just above her collarbone, was a mark she'd never seen before, a crescent moon, silver pale against her skin, exactly the size and shape of the scar on Luca's chest. But this wasn't a scar. This was something else entirely, something that seemed to pulse with its own internal light, warm to the touch when she pressed her fingers against it. "What is this?" She turned back to him, and the movement sent a shock of sensation through the mark, not pain, but something deeper. Recognition, connection, a mate bond. The words fell from his lips like stones into still water. In wolf culture, it's permanent, unbreakable. I marked you without meaning to, while I was shifted. The wolf wanted to claim you, and I wasn't strong enough to stop it. The humming under her skin intensified, and suddenly she could feel his emotions as clearly as her own. Guilt and terror, and underneath it all, a possessive satisfaction that belonged to something wilder than human love. "Claim me how?" He closed his eyes. "You're mine now, in every way that matters. The bond, it ties us together. Your life to mine, your soul to mine. And I can't undo it." She should have been angry. Should have raged at him for taking something so fundamental without her permission, for changing her in ways she didn't understand. Instead, she found herself stepping closer. "What does it mean, exactly?" "It means I can feel what you feel. Know when you're hurt or scared or..." His eyes opened, molten gold in the morning light. "Happy. I'll always know where you are, what you need, and you'll feel me too, whether you want to or not." As if to prove his point, a wave of longing crashed through her, not her own emotion but his, raw and desperate and tinged with self-loathing. The intensity of it stole her breath. "And if I don't want this?" she asked quietly. Pain lanced through the bond, sharp enough to make her wince. His pain reflected back to her through the connection he'd forged without asking. "Then I'll leave," he said simply. "I'll go as far away as I can and try to sever the bond from my end. It might kill me, but..." "Stop." The word came out sharper than she'd intended. "Just stop." She walked to the window and stared out at the forest that had become the backdrop for every important moment in their relationship. The trees looked different in daylight, less mysterious, more like simple living things reaching towards sun and sky. But she could still feel their pull, still sense the wildness that lived beneath their ordinary surfaces. Like her, apparently. "How long have you known?" she asked without turning around. "About mate bonds and wolf culture and all of this?" "I've been researching for months, trying to understand what was happening to me, what I was becoming." She felt his hesitation through the bond before he continued. "There are others, Mina. Other families with the old blood. They have communities, traditions, rules." "And what do the rules say about marking someone without their consent?" Silence stretched between them, broken only by the crackle of dying embers in the fireplace. Finally, his voice came rough and small. "That it's unforgivable." She turned then, taking in his slumped shoulders and the defeat written across his features. He looked like a man waiting for execution. And perhaps he was. Perhaps that's what she should give him. Swift, final judgment for the choice he'd stolen from her. Instead, she crossed the room and knelt beside him on the floor. "Look at me." When he didn't respond, she cupped his face in her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. "I said, look at me?" The gold in his gaze was dimmed with misery, but she could see him there. The man she'd fallen in love with. The one who'd held her through nightmares and made her laugh until her sides ached. The one who'd left to protect her and come back because he couldn't stay away. "Tell me honestly," she said quietly. "If you could go back, knowing what you know now, would you undo it?" She felt his struggle through the bond, human conscience warring with wolf instinct. The part of him that was still completely human recoiled at what he'd done. But underneath, something wilder purred with satisfaction at the silver mark glowing against her skin. "I can't," he whispered. "God help me, I can't say I'd undo it. The wolf in me, it's been waiting for this my whole life, for you." "Then maybe," she said, brushing her thumb across his cheekbone, "you didn't steal my choice at all. Maybe you just made the choice I was too afraid to make myself." The mark on her skin was warm as sunlight, and for the first time since waking, she felt truly, completely whole. The changes started 3 days after the marking. Mina woke to sunlight that seemed too bright, birdsong that was too loud, and the overwhelming scent of everything. Coffee brewing 2 houses over, rain that wouldn't fall for another 6 hours, the fox that had passed through her garden sometime before dawn. She stumbled to the bathroom and stared at her reflection, expecting to see something different. But she looked exactly the same, except for the silver mark that now felt like a second heartbeat against her throat. The mark that pulsed with warmth whenever Luca was near, which apparently was right now. She felt him before she heard the soft knock on her door, felt his presence like a gentle pressure against her consciousness, familiar and comforting and absolutely terrifying in its intimacy. When she opened the door, he was holding 2 cups of coffee and wearing an expression she couldn't quite read. "You look..." He paused, golden eyes searching her face. "Different. I feel different." She accepted the coffee gratefully, inhaling the rich aroma that now seemed layered with a dozen subtle notes she'd never noticed before. "Everything is so much more. Is this what it's like for you all the time? The sensory changes will level out in a few days." He followed her into the kitchen, and she could feel his careful attention like a physical touch. "Your body is adapting to the bond. It's normal." "Normal." She laughed, the sound sharper than she'd intended. "Right, because nothing about this situation is remotely normal." Through the bond, she felt his flinch of pain at her tone. The emotion hit her like a wave, and she immediately felt guilty for causing it, which made her angry, because now she couldn't tell if her guilt was genuine or just an echo of his feelings bleeding through the connection. "I can't tell what's mine anymore," she said quietly. "My emotions, my thoughts, how much of what I'm feeling is actually me. The bond doesn't change who you are." He sat across from her at the small kitchen table, hands wrapped around his mug like an anchor. "It just amplifies the connection that was already there." Was it, though? The question had been eating at her for days. Or is this some kind of supernatural compulsion? How do I know if what I feel for you is real or just some mystical mate bond bullshit? She felt his hurt spike through the connection, sharp and immediate. But underneath it was something else. Understanding, maybe, or resignation. "You don't," he said simply. "That's the hell of it, Mina. Neither of us will ever know for certain where the natural connection ends and the bond begins." The honesty of it hit her harder than any reassurance could have. He wasn't trying to convince her that her feelings were pure or untouched by magic. He was admitting that the line had been blurred, possibly forever. "So what do we do with that?" "We figure it out together." He reached across the table, fingertips barely brushing hers. "Day by day, feeling by feeling. And if you decide that the bond is too much, if you need me to try to break it, don't." The word came out fierce, surprising them both. "Don't offer to leave again. I'm tired of people I love disappearing to protect me." Something shifted in his expression. Relief, maybe, or hope. Then what do you want? Before she could answer, a sharp pain lanced through her abdomen. She doubled over, gasping, coffee mug clattering to the floor. Through the bond, she felt Luca's instant alarm, his need to help warring with uncertainty about what was wrong. Mina? He was beside her in an instant, hands hovering over her shoulders. What is it? The pain passed as quickly as it had come, leaving her shaky and confused. I don't know. It felt like another wave hit, stronger this time, accompanied by a strange pulling sensation low in her belly. And underneath the discomfort, something else, a restless energy that made her want to run, to hunt, to howl at the sky. Oh, Luca's voice went very quiet. Oh, fuck. What? She looked up at him and saw something awe and terror warring in his golden eyes. What's happening to me? You're starting to shift. The words hit her like cold water. That's impossible. You said I was human. You said the bond just connected us. It didn't change what I am. I thought, I hoped. He ran his hands through his hair, pacing to the window and back. But some humans have dormant wolf genes, bloodlines that carry the potential but never activate unless triggered by trauma or... He gestured helplessly between them. A mate bond. As if summoned by his words, another wave of pain crashed through her. This time, she felt something deeper, bones that wanted to reshape themselves, muscles that strained against skin that suddenly felt too tight. The sensation lasted only seconds, but it left her breathless and terrified. I can't, she whispered. I can't go through what you went through in the cabin. I'm not strong enough. Yes, you are. He knelt beside her chair, eyes blazing with certainty. You're the strongest person I know, and you won't be alone. I'll be with you every step of the way. What if I can't come back? What if I shift and I'm just gone? You'll come back. His hands framed her face, thumbs brushing away tears she hadn't realized she was crying. The bond will anchor you. No matter how far you go into the wolf, you'll always be able to find your way back to me. The mark on her throat flared with heat, and through the connection she felt his absolute faith in her strength, his unwavering love, his promise to be her tether to humanity no matter what shape she took. When? Soon. Maybe days, maybe hours. The changes are accelerating. He pressed his forehead against hers and she breathed in his scent, pine and rain and home. But Mina, you need to know, once you shift for the first time, there's no going back. You'll be like me, wolf and human both, forever. She should have been terrified, should have raged against this latest loss of choice, this fundamental alteration of everything she thought she was. Instead, she felt something that might have been relief. Good, she said quietly. I'm tired of being the only human in this relationship. The monster she was becoming felt less like a curse and more like coming home. The first wolves arrived 3 days before the blood moon. Mina felt them before she saw them, a prickling awareness that raised the hair on her arms and made the mark on her throat burn like silver fire. She was in the cottage garden, trying to distract herself from the increasing frequency of the pre-shift pains, when the sensation hit her like a physical blow. Danger. Strangers. Pack. The last word rose unbidden in her mind, carrying knowledge she shouldn't possess. Through the mate bond, she felt Luca's instant alertness from wherever he was in the forest, his protective instincts flaring to life. Stay inside, his voice whispered through their connection, not words, but pure intention that she understood as clearly as speech. Lock the doors, don't let them see you. But it was too late for hiding. They emerged from the tree line like shadows given form. 3 wolves, each massive and dark-furred, eyes that gleamed with intelligence and something hungrier. They moved with predatory grace, circling the cottage in a pattern that spoke of coordination, of purpose. And then, between one blink and the next, they weren't wolves anymore. 3 strangers stood in her garden, 2 men and a woman, all sharp angles and pale skin, wearing clothes that looked like they'd been thrown on as an afterthought. But it was their eyes that made Mina's blood run cold. Ancient eyes in young faces, watching her through the window like she was prey they were deciding whether to take. The woman stepped forward, head tilted in a gesture that was purely predatory. Mina Chen, she called out, voice carrying easily through the glass. We know you're in there. We can smell you. Mina's hand went instinctively to the mark on her throat, and she saw the woman's lips curve in a smile that showed too many teeth. Oh yes, we can smell that too. Fresh bond. Accidental claiming. The woman's laugh was like breaking glass. Poor little human, marked by a pup who doesn't even know the laws. Laws. The word sent ice through Mina's veins. Luca had mentioned rules, traditions, but he'd made them sound like distant concepts, not immediate threats. What do you want? Mina called back, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. To talk, to educate, to correct a rather serious mistake. The woman gestured to her companions who spread out to flank the cottage. You see, pet-mate bonds aren't casual things. They require approval, witnesses, proper ceremony. What your wolf did to you. She's shaking her head. That's not how civilized packs handle such matters. One of the men spoke up, his voice a rumbling bass. She's already changing. Look at her eyes. Mina caught her reflection in the window and gasped. Her usual brown eyes were flecked with gold, pupils elongated just enough to be noticeable. When had that happened? Oh, this is interesting. The woman pressed closer to the window, breath fogging the glass. The bond is forcing a shift in someone with dormant genes. That's unprecedented. Which is why she needs proper guidance, the other man said. Training, introduction to pack law. Which is why she needs to come with us, the woman corrected, and something in her tone made Mina's newly sensitive instincts scream warnings. Before she becomes a danger to herself and others. Not without a fight, the thought rose from some deep, wild place in her mind, and with it came a surge of protective rage that definitely wasn't entirely human. These strangers had come to her home, threatened her, spoken about her like she was property to be redistributed. The civilized part of her wanted to negotiate, to find a peaceful solution. The part that was slowly becoming wolf wanted to bare her teeth and show them exactly what kind of danger she could be. I'm not going anywhere with you, she said clearly. And if you're still on my property in 30 seconds, you'll find out just how well my mate taught me to fight. It was a bluff. Luca had never taught her to fight, and she had no idea if she was even capable of violence. But the three wolves outside exchanged glances that suggested her threat carried more weight than she'd expected. Brave little human, the woman purred. But bravery won't help you if you shift wrong. Won't help you if you get stuck between forms, or lose yourself to the wolf mind, or... A howl cut through the air, low and furious and achingly familiar. The three strangers spun toward the forest, and Mina felt a fierce joy spike through the mate bond. Luca burst from the tree line in full wolf form, silver fur bristling with rage, lips pulled back to show fangs that could tear through steel. He was magnificent and terrifying, and the way he moved, like violence barely contained, made the three strangers step back despite themselves. But he wasn't alone. More wolves emerged from the forest behind him, 5, 6, 7 massive forms that arranged themselves in a defensive line between the cottage and the strangers. Pack, Mina realized. His pack. Wolves she'd never seen before, but who moved with the coordinated precision of family. The woman laughed, but there was less confidence in it now. Marcus really called in the cavalry, didn't he? How touching. You're outnumbered, Elena. The voice came from the largest of the new wolves, a black-furred giant whose presence seemed to push against Mina's consciousness like a physical force. Alpha, some instinct whispered. Real alpha. And you're trespassing. We're enforcing pack law, Nathan. This human has been marked without proper protocol. The bond is unstable, dangerous. She needs to be left alone to figure out her own path. Nathan's wolf form rippled, and suddenly he was human. Tall and broad-shouldered, with prematurely gray hair and eyes like winter storms. The old laws don't account for accidental bonds with dormant bloodlines. This is uncharted territory. Elena's smile turned sharp, which is exactly why she needs experienced guidance. What happens when she shifts for the first time? When she can't control the change? When she goes feral and starts leaving bodies in her wake? Through the bond, Mina felt Luca's fury spike higher. But underneath it was something else. Fear, because Elena's warnings weren't empty threats. They were real possibilities, real dangers that came with the transformation she was already undergoing. I'll be with her, Luca's human voice said as he shifted back. Every step of the way. A barely controlled pup guiding an untrained human through her first shift? Elena shook her head. That's a recipe for disaster. Then teach me. The words left Mina's mouth before she'd consciously decided to speak them. She pushed open the cottage door and stepped onto the porch, ignoring the way every predator present turned to focus on her. If you're so concerned about proper protocol and guidance, then teach me. But I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not breaking the bond. Elena's eyes narrowed. And if your first shift goes wrong, if you kill someone, will you accept responsibility for that blood? Mina felt the weight of 7 sets of inhuman eyes watching her, waiting for her answer. Through the mate bond, she felt Luca's desperate hope warring with his terror of losing her. Yes, she said quietly. If I become a monster, I'll own it. But I won't let fear keep me from becoming what I'm meant to be. The blood moon was coming, and with it the final test of everything she thought she knew about love and choice and the price of transformation. The betrayal came from within. Mina woke in darkness, head pounding and mouth tasting of copper and something chemical. The last thing she remembered was accepting a cup of tea from Sarah, one of Nathan's pack members who'd seemed kind, understanding, eager to help her prepare for her first shift. Now she was somewhere cold and damp, wrists bound with what felt like silver-threaded rope that burned against her skin. The mate bond was muted, distant, like trying to hear Luca's voice through water. She's awake. Sarah's voice, but different now. Cold. Clinical. The sedative is wearing off faster than expected. The bond is fighting the suppression. Mina forced her eyes open, vision swimming until she could make out rough stone walls and the flicker of torchlight. A cave. She was in a cave, and Sarah stood over her with an expression that belonged on a stranger's face. Why? Mina's voice came out as a rasp. Because Elena was right about one thing. You're dangerous. An unstable bond, dormant genes activated by trauma, a human body trying to process wolf magic without proper preparation. Sarah knelt beside her, and in the torchlight her eyes held flecks of yellow. You'll go feral during your first shift. Kill everything in sight until someone puts you down like a rabid dog. So you decided to skip the middle step? I decided to save lives. Sarah pulled a silver blade from her jacket, old and ornate, etched with symbols that hurt to look at. A clean death now, before you become something that has to be hunted. Rage flared in Mina's chest, hot and wild, and edged with something that definitely wasn't human. The silver ropes burned brighter against her wrists, but she could feel them weakening as whatever Sarah had given her wore off. Luca will find me. Luca is busy. Sarah's smile was sharp as the blade in her hand. Nathan sent him and half the pack to track Elena's group. They think you were taken by hostile wolves, not saved from them by a friend. You're not my friend. No, but I might be the last person who cares enough about innocent lives to do what needs to be done. The silver blade caught the torchlight as Sarah raised it, and Mina felt something fundamental shift inside her chest. The mate bond blazed back to life, no longer muted but screaming with Luca's fury and desperation. He'd realized the truth. Was coming for her, but he might not arrive in time. Pain lanced through her abdomen, not the slow, building ache of the pre-shift changes, but something immediate and violent. Her bones began to creak, muscles straining against skin that suddenly felt like a prison. No, Sarah breathed, stepping back. Not now. You can't shift now. But Mina's body had other ideas. The stress, the fear, the silver burning her wrists, it was too much for her barely controlled transformation to handle. She felt her spine curve, heard the distinctive pop of joints reshaping themselves. Stop, Sarah commanded, blade wavering. Fight it. Don't let the wolf take over. Mina might have laughed if her vocal cords hadn't been stretching into new configurations. Fight it? The wolf was the only thing standing between her and a silver blade through the heart. The change ripped through her like wildfire, faster and more violent than anything Luca had experienced. Her vision exploded into a spectrum of colors that had no human names. Scents layered the air in complex patterns that told stories. Sarah's fierce sweat, old blood on the cave walls, and underneath it all, the approaching scent of pine and rain and fury. When the transformation finished, Mina found herself looking at the world through golden eyes, her body somehow both alien and perfectly right. The silver ropes had snapped during the change, leaving angry red marks on her forelegs but no longer restraining her. Sarah pressed back against the cave wall, blade held in front of her like a talisman. Stay back. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if... Mina could have killed her. Should have, maybe. The wolf part of her mind whispered that this human had threatened her mate, her pack, her very existence. Elimination would be simple. Instead, she sat back on her haunches and waited. Sarah's eyes widened in confusion. Why aren't you attacking? Because despite Sarah's betrayal, despite the fear and the silver blade, Mina could smell the truth underneath it all. Sarah genuinely believed she was protecting people, was terrified of what an unstable shifter might do. The woman had made a terrible choice based on incomplete information, but her motives weren't malicious. And because the human part of her was still there, still in control, still making decisions about who deserved mercy. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the cave, multiple sets moving fast. Sarah's head snapped toward the entrance, and her grip tightened on the blade. If you try to run, I'll tell them you went feral, she hissed. That I had no choice. Luke appeared in the cave mouth like an avenging angel, golden eyes blazing with barely contained violence. Behind him came Nathan and 3 other pack members, all of them radiating the kind of deadly calm that preceded bloodshed. Step away from her. Luca's voice was rough with the effort of staying human. Now. She shifted, Sarah said, blade still pointed at Mina. Look at her. She's stable, controlled. That should be impossible for a first transformation. Maybe, Nathan said quietly. Your assumptions about unstable bonds were wrong. Sarah's face crumpled. I was trying to save lives. You were trying to murder my mate. Luca took a step forward, and Mina could see the exact moment his careful control began to fray. Give me one reason why I shouldn't tear your throat out. Through their bond, Mina felt his rage like a living thing, protective and primal and completely justified. Sarah had betrayed their trust, had tried to kill her based on fear rather than fact. She deserved whatever judgment the pack decided to render, but she was also afraid and alone, and drowning in the realization that she'd almost become the very monster she'd been trying to prevent. Mina rose to her feet and padded over to where Luca stood poised on the edge of violence. When she pressed her muzzle against his hand, she felt some of the tension leave his frame. Mercy, she projected through their bond, not sure if the concept would translate, but hoping he'd understand. His golden eyes met hers, and she saw the moment he chose trust over vengeance. Sarah will face pack justice, Nathan said into the silence, but not here, not tonight. As Sarah lowered the blade with shaking hands, Mina felt the strangest sensation of completion. She'd shifted, had maintained control, had chosen compassion over revenge. She was exactly who she'd always been, just finally in the right skin. The shift back to human form was gentler than Mina had expected. She'd braced herself for the violent reversal she'd witnessed in Luca, bones snapping back into place, muscles tearing and reforming. Instead, the change flowed through her like water finding its natural course. One moment she was wolf, powerful and wild and perfectly balanced, and the next she was human again, kneeling naked on the cave floor, with Luca's jacket draped around her shoulders. How do you feel? Nathan asked, crouching beside her, with the careful attention of someone who'd seen first shifts go catastrophically wrong. Mina took inventory of her body, expecting pain or disorientation or the bone-deep exhaustion Luca always showed after transforming. Instead, she felt complete, like she'd spent her whole life walking around missing a fundamental part of herself and had only now discovered what wholeness meant. Good, she said, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. Really good. Is that normal? Nothing about your situation is normal, Nathan replied, but his tone held wonder rather than concern. Most new shifters barely maintain consciousness during their first transformation. You not only stayed in control, you made complex ethical decisions while in wolf form. That's unprecedented. Through the mate bond, she felt Luca's fierce pride mixing with his lingering rage at Sarah's betrayal. When she met his eyes, she saw something else there too, relief so profound it made her throat tight. I told you, he said quietly. I told you you'd come back to me. But even as he spoke, Mina could feel something shifting in the bond itself. The connection that had felt raw and overwhelming when it first formed was changing, deepening, becoming something more integrated, less like an external force and more like a natural extension of her own consciousness. The bond is stabilizing, Nathan observed, and she realized he must be reading something in her expression. That's why the shift felt so smooth. Your wolf soul and human consciousness are finding their balance. Wolf soul? Mina pulled Luca's jacket tighter around herself. I thought I just had dormant genes. Genes are biology, Nathan said. What you have goes deeper than that. Some humans carry wolf souls, literally fragments of the ancient pack consciousness that have been sleeping for generations. The mate bond didn't just activate your shape-shifting ability. It woke up something that's been part of you since birth. The explanation resonated in a way that pure genetics never had. She'd always felt different, always been drawn to wild places and untamed things. Had always known on some level that the carefully constructed human life she'd built was just a costume she wore to fit in with a world that wasn't quite hers. So what happens now? She asked. Now you learn, Nathan said. How to shift at will instead of just during stress. How to maintain the balance between human and wolf. How to use your new senses and abilities without losing yourself to them. And the pack? She glanced around at the other wolves who'd helped rescue her. Do I belong somewhere now? Nathan's smile was gentle. You belong wherever Luca belongs. Mate bonds don't just connect individuals, they connect bloodlines, pack loyalties, territories. His pack is your pack now, if you choose to claim it. If you choose. Even after everything, the forced bond, the unwanted transformation, the night spent in a cave with a silver blade at her throat, she still had choices, still had agency in determining what her new existence would look like. I choose, she said without hesitation. The walk back through the forest felt like a victory procession. Mina moved between human and wolf form without conscious thought, letting her body choose the shape that felt right for each moment. When the path grew steep, she shifted to wolf for better balance. When they stopped to rest, she returned to human to participate in the pack's discussion of what to do about Sarah's betrayal. But it was the moment they emerged from the tree line and saw her cottage waiting in the distance that everything truly clicked into place. Home. But not just the building, the entire territory, the forest that surrounded it, the pack that would help protect it. All of it wrapped together in a sense of belonging she'd never experienced as purely human. Look, Luca said softly, pointing toward the eastern horizon. The blood moon was rising, massive and red as the heart of a fire. Mina had been so focused on surviving the night that she'd forgotten what phase the moon was in. But now, watching it climb the sky with her newly enhanced vision, she understood why it was called that. It looked like a drop of blood in the darkness. Like a promise written in the sky. My first shift happened on a blood moon, she said, wonderingly. Blood moons are powerful, Nathan explained. They intensify everything. Transformations, mate bonds, pack connections. You couldn't have chosen a better night to discover what you really are. Mina leaned into Luca's warmth, feeling the solid reality of him through both physical touch and the mate bond. A year ago she'd been just human, nursing a broken heart and trying to convince herself she could build a life without him. Now she was something else entirely. Wolf and human both, mated and claimed and part of a pack that would die to protect her. Do you regret it? Luca asked quietly, his question meant for her alone. Any of it? She considered the question seriously. The pain of the transformation, the loss of her purely human identity, the fact that she could never go back to the simple life she'd once imagined for herself. No, she said, and felt the truth of it ring through their bond. I regret that it took us so long to get here. But this, us, what we are now. She pressed her palm against the mate mark on her throat, feeling it pulse with warm light. This is what I was always meant to be. Under the blood moon, surrounded by pack and wild with new power, she'd never felt more human or more herself. The pack gathering convened 3 nights after the blood moon, in a clearing deep in the forest where ancient trees formed a natural amphitheater. Mina had never seen so many shifters in one place, wolves from multiple territories, called together by news of the unprecedented stable bond between a born shifter and a human with awakened wolf soul. She sat beside Luca on a fallen log that served as makeshift seating, hyper-aware of the dozens of golden eyes studying her with curiosity, skepticism, and in some cases, barely concealed hostility. The mate bond hummed between them, steady and strong, but she could feel his tension like a living thing. Nathan stood in the center of the gathering, commanding attention without effort. Alpha presence, Mina was learning to recognize, the kind of natural authority that had nothing to do with size or aggression, and everything to do with the certainty that others would follow. "We're here to address several unprecedented situations," Nathan began, his voice carrying easily through the clearing. "An accidental mate bond, a successful first shift by someone with dormant wolf genetics, and a challenge to the traditional pack hierarchy." A murmur ran through the assembled wolves. Challenges were serious business in pack culture, not just displays of dominance, but actual contests for leadership that could reshape entire territories. "Elena Blackwood has formally challenged my authority," Nathan continued. "She claims that allowing an untested human to join our pack violates ancient laws and puts us all at risk. She demands trial by combat to determine who has the right to make such decisions." Mina's blood went cold. This was her fault. Her presence in the pack had destabilized something that had been working fine before she'd arrived. But through the mate bond, she felt Luca's fierce disagreement with her self-blame. This was always coming, his thoughts whispered to her. "Elena's been looking for an excuse to challenge Nathan for years. You're just convenient justification." "However," Nathan said, and his slight smile suggested he was about to drop a bombshell, "I'm declining the challenge." The clearing erupted in shocked voices. Alpha challenges couldn't just be declined. It went against everything Mina had learned about pack law and hierarchy. Nathan raised his hand for silence. "I'm declining because I'm stepping down voluntarily. 40 years of pack leadership is enough for any wolf. It's time for younger blood to take over." The silence that followed was deafening. Finally, Elena stepped forward, her pale hair gleaming in the torchlight. "And who do you propose to hand leadership to?" she asked, voice dripping skepticism. "Your precious Luca, the barely controlled pup who can't even manage his mate bond properly?" "Actually," Nathan said calmly, "I'm not proposing anyone. Leadership will be decided by trial, as tradition demands, but any wolf in good standing can enter the contest." Elena's smile was sharp as winter. "Fine. I accept the terms." "So do I." Mina's head snapped around as Luca rose to his feet beside her. Through their bond, she felt his determination like steel, hard, unbreakable, and completely certain. "What are you doing?" she hissed under her breath. "What I should have done months ago," he murmured back, then raised his voice to address the gathering. "I challenge for pack leadership." The reaction was immediate and explosive. Voices raised in argument, wolves shifting restlessly between human and animal forms, the scent of aggression thick in the air. Elena's laugh cut through the chaos like a blade. A challenge from a wolf who can't even control when he shifts? Who marked his mate without consent? Who nearly got her killed because he couldn't follow basic pack protocols? Each accusation hit home because they were all technically true, but Mina felt Luca's resolve only strengthen in response. "I challenge," he repeated, "because I understand what this pack needs to survive in a changing world. We can't keep hiding from humans who carry wolf souls. We can't keep treating mate bonds like political contracts. And we can't keep letting fear make our decisions for us." Nathan nodded slowly. "The challenge is acknowledged. Trial by combat, 3 nights hence, with the full pack as witness." As the gathering began to disperse, wolves breaking into smaller groups to discuss this unexpected turn of events, Elena approached their log with predatory grace. "You realize you can't win," she said to Luca conversationally. "I've been fighting for territory longer than you've been alive. I have allies, experience, political connections across 3 states. "Maybe," Luca agreed calmly, "but I have something you don't." "Which is?" He looked at Mina, and she felt the full weight of his love and faith through their bond. "A reason to win that's bigger than my own ambition." Elena's eyes narrowed. "You'd make her Luna? A human who's been a shifter for less than a week?" "I'd make her my partner," Luca corrected. "In everything. The pack doesn't need a traditional Luna. It needs leaders who understand that the old ways aren't the only ways." After Elena stalked off into the darkness, Mina turned to face Luca fully. "Are you insane?" she demanded. "You could die in 3 nights." "I could," he agreed, "but I won't. And do you know why?" She waited, heart hammering against her ribs. "Because I finally know what I'm fighting for. Not just territory or pack status, or the right to make decisions for other people." He cupped her face in his hands, thumbs tracing the sharp lines of her cheekbones. "I'm fighting for the right to build something new. A pack that doesn't just survive, but thrives. Where bonds like ours aren't seen as dangerous accidents, but as gifts to be celebrated." Through their connection, she felt his absolute certainty. He wasn't just challenging for leadership, he was challenging for the right to reshape what leadership meant. "And if you lose, then we leave. Find somewhere else to be what we are. But Mina," his eyes blazed with golden fire, "I'm not going to lose." Under the ancient trees, surrounded by the scent of pack and pine and possibility, she believed him. The trial took place in the same clearing where they'd first gathered, but everything felt different now. Torches ringed the space, casting dancing shadows that turned the assembled pack into something from ancient mythology. Wolves in human form sat shoulder to shoulder, their golden eyes reflecting firelight like scattered stars. The air thrummed with tension and anticipation, and the wild scent of magic barely contained. Mina stood at the edge of the circle, hands clenched at her sides, watching Luca prepare for what might be the last fight of his life. He'd stripped to the waist, revealing the network of scars that mapped his transformation, the crescent moon over his heart, the jagged lines on his arms from that first bite, newer marks from training battles she hadn't witnessed. Through their mate bond, she could feel his calm determination, but underneath it ran a current of something fiercer. Not fear, anticipation. Like he'd been waiting his whole life for this moment. Elena stood across the circle, equally prepared, equally confident. She was older than Luca, more experienced, and carried herself with the lethal grace of someone who'd won challenges before. But when she looked at Mina, her pale eyes held something that might have been pity. "You realize this is pointless," Elena said, loud enough for the pack to hear. "Even if he manages to beat me, which he won't, they'll never accept her as Luna. She's too new, too different. She'll be a liability he can't afford." "Good thing I'm not trying to be Luna then," Mina called back, stepping into the circle. "I'm just trying to be his partner." Nathan raised his hand for silence. As the outgoing alpha, he had the honor of officiating the challenge. "This is trial by combat for leadership of the North Territory Pack," he announced. "Single combat, shifted form until submission or—" He paused, the unspoken word hanging heavy in the air. "Let the challenge begin." The change was instantaneous for both fighters. Elena's shift was smooth as water, controlled by decades of practice. One moment she was human, the next a massive silver wolf with windtail eyes and fangs that gleamed like ivory daggers. She was built for speed and precision, every line of her suggesting deadly efficiency. Luca's transformation was different, wilder, more violent, touched by the same barely controlled fury that had marked him since the night he was first bitten. His wolf form was larger than Elena's. Dark silver fur shot through with black, golden eyes that burned with inner fire. They circled each other in the torchlight, testing, probing for weakness. Elena moved like quicksilver, darting in for testing strikes that Luca barely deflected. She was the better technical fighter. That much was clear within the first few exchanges. But Luca had something she didn't. Something that blazed through the mate bond like wildfire. Purpose. Elena lunged, aiming for his throat. Luca twisted aside, but not fast enough. Her claws raked across his shoulder, drawing blood that looked black in the firelight. Through their bond, Mina felt the flash of pain, but also his grim satisfaction. Now he knew her preferred attack pattern. The fight continued, brutal and beautiful and terrifying to watch. Elena was winning on points, faster, more precise, landing more strikes. But she couldn't put Luca down, couldn't break through the wall of determination that surrounded him like armor. He's going to lose. Mina realized with growing horror. She's too good, too experienced. He's going to die because he wanted to build something better. As if he'd heard her thoughts through their bond, Luca's golden eyes found hers across the circle. For just a moment, the fight paused. Two wolves locked in a standoff while the pack held its collective breath. And in that moment, Mina made a choice that would have scandalized every tradition-bound wolf in the territory. She shifted. The change flowed through her like music, smooth and natural and completely at odds with the violence surrounding her. In wolf form, she could smell things she'd missed as human, the scent of Elena's confidence beginning to waver, the pack's growing excitement as they sensed the tide of battle turning. She didn't interfere in the fight, didn't need to. She just stood there at the edge of the circle, letting every wolf present see the truth written in her posture, her scent, the way she held herself. She wasn't afraid of what Luca was, wasn't ashamed of the bond between them, wasn't trying to hide or minimize or apologize for the love that had transformed them both. She was proud, fierce, ready to stand beside him no matter what form that standing took. Through their mate bond, she felt Luca's surge of renewed strength. Elena felt it too. Mina could see it in the way the silver wolf's ears flattened, the sudden uncertainty in her winter-pale eyes. The final exchange was over in seconds. Elena committed to one last desperate strike, putting everything she had into a lunge that would have ended the fight if it had connected. Instead, Luca caught her mid-leap, using her own momentum against her, and they went down in a tangle of fur and fangs. When they separated, Elena was on her back with Luca's jaws at her throat. "Submit," he growled, the word barely recognizable through his wolf vocal cords. For a heartbeat, Elena held his gaze, pride warring with survival instinct. Then she turned her head, baring her throat in the ancient gesture of defeat. The pack erupted in howls, not celebration exactly, but acknowledgement. Recognition of a new alpha, chosen by strength and determination and the kind of love that could reshape the world. Nathan stepped forward as both fighters shifted back to human form. "The challenge is decided," he announced. Luca Moretti leads the North Territory pack. But Luca wasn't looking at Nathan or the pack, or even Elena, who was nursing her wounds with something that might have been respect. He was looking at Mina, who had shifted back to human and stood naked and proud at the edge of the circle. "I can't do this alone," he called to her, voice rough from the fight but steady with conviction. "I need a partner, not a Luna who follows tradition, but someone who will help me build something new." She walked to him across the circle, feeling the weight of dozens of gazes, but caring only about the golden eyes that held hers with perfect trust. "Yes," she said simply, and felt their mate bond flare with joy that echoed through the entire pack. Later, when the formal ceremonies were over and the pack had begun to disperse back to their territories, Mina and Luca walked hand in hand through the forest toward their cottage. Their home, their territory now, officially and completely. "Any regrets?" he asked, echoing the question he'd posed after her first shift. She considered everything that had brought them to this moment. The year of separation and heartbreak, the terror of transformation, the silver blade in a cave and the violence of pack politics and the weight of responsibility that came with loving someone who could reshape the world. "Just one," she said, and felt his instant concern through their bond. "What?" "I regret that it took us so long to get here." She stopped walking and turned to face him, seeing her own face reflected in his golden eyes. "But this, us, what we've built together. This is exactly what I was always meant to become." He smiled then, the crooked grin she'd fallen in love with years ago, now touched by something wilder and more permanent. "My beautiful monster," he murmured, echoing the words she'd whispered to him in wolf form. "Your partner," she corrected. "Your mate, your equal." "My alpha," he said, and kissed her under the stars while their pack howled approval in the distance. He was never hers to keep, but the wolf never left her, and now they were both exactly where they belonged.